All right. Karibuni sana, karibuni wadau. This is Kenya News Link. Welcome to the show that you have come to love, enjoy, and equally to make time for each time inapofika hii masaa ya saa 4 usiku hapa Kenya, na kwenyu sijui ni saa ngapi, lakini depending on your time, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Kenya News Link. This is your show. Here we have a great and awesome political conversations that always happen inapotimu hii masaa. So karibu sana, relax, enjoy. Tunayo show moja fiti, conversation moja murwa about to happen here at Kenya News. Wadau, wakurugenzi, I'm telling you, it's now interesting. It's now official that where things in Kenya will always change. What you thought you knew yesterday, by today inakuwa totally different. We have another great one, another great show for you, another great conversation about to happen here at Kenya Newslink. Wadau, kumekuwa kumoto huku nje, kumekuwa interesting huku nje, and we are about to have a great conversation. What are we talking about? Probably kunaweza kuwa kuko na secret ambayo sasa ndio inajitokeza slowly but sure after the maandamanos that were happening, after Kenyans lost their lives. You remember Suluhu came to Kenya, and after she came to Kenya, one Raila Odinga and William Ruto had a secret meeting that up to today we are yet to know what transpired therein. Lakini kidogo tu secrets zinajitoa, uhondo kidogo zinajitoa, including Raila moving to AU. All right, because we'll be playing what William Ruto said in his speeches today, and you'll be able to pick some things ambazo zimekuwa zikisemekana hapo chini ya maji. And I don't know about you, but I tend to think these people are having what we call a secret handshake happening without us knowing. I'm telling you, these people could be working together without us knowing. Could we be set to see a very new uh, alignment or alliance between one William Ruto and one Raila Odinga? Eh? I'm telling you, it's interesting, ladies and gentlemen. And here is where things are about to change. What many of us thought we knew, kumbe hatujui. Eh? Many thought we will never see a handshake between William Ruto and Raila Odinga. I am telling you for free, it's about to happen. I want you equally to sit down and relax as you wait to hear what Raila Odinga equally said alipomalizia kusoma speech yake, that ya kwamba watamit na William Ruto could discuss what else was left kwa NADCO report. Yeah, you had me right. NADCO report leo ilikuwa submitted both to Raila Odinga and to William Ruto. Kalonzo Musyoka, the man behind it, together with his partner and colleague Ichungua, are the ones who prepared the NADCO report. We'll be looking at that report. Of course, we have done that before, and I'll be telling you something that the court said concerning this report. So it is a report that already, as much as it was presented today, it is a report that is already facing challenges. Could we be having another repeat of BBI, where BBI inakuwa proposed and then inakuwa pushed, and then kidogo the courts zina come in, and then the null and void declaration inakam? Probably, I'm not sure. That is what we'll be looking at among many other things. Gachagua pia leo kuna venye ameji-expose in two areas. I'll be showing you where. And he one refuted what the president himself said yesterday. Alikuja akajitetea in a way that was very interesting, in a way that was very interesting concerning the gender issue. And another time ambao ameji-expose, ambapo pia tutaangalia kwa hii show, ni wakati report imetolewa. His sentiments were very interesting. His sentiments almost showcase someone who probably hana idea of what is happening. Vitu zingine zina happen tu zinamgutukia, you know, mpaka ikafanya mpaka ngarudi nikasit nikajiuliza aje, have we had him endorse Raila Odinga for AUC? William Ruto has come out clearly. He has spoken about the matter severally. I'm yet to hear Rigiji speak about it. Hizi vitu zinapo happen, yeye anazichukua aje? This is a man who had said this will be a government of shareholders, na kama huko party wa hii gava manze, hauna opportunity, you stand no chance. But where The president equally today has made some serious appointments. We have people who are going to be ambassadors in different countries. There are people who have made a comeback, including former ODM guys who have made to the list this time round. I'll be telling you about the names making headlines. Akina Josh Maangi wamepata positions, and of course your Bay is back. Chelo Bay is back after kumwaga kazi juzi tu kwa sababu ya kashfa mbili tatu. Now he's going to to the US. I'll be telling you at a worst capacity. So hii ni show moja fiti, ninayo show moja murwa, show moja interesting. This one, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to miss. I'll be having panelists joining me to discuss the pertinent issues arising from what has happened today. A lot has happened. I'm not even sure if this show alone is enough to discuss all the issues that have happened. So what do, ladies and gentlemen? You sit and relax, and this is where you enjoy, and of course grab yourself a nice cold drink, because we're in moto. Hii ni moto, na pia wewe unaweza jiunga nasi. Link ndio nimekutumia hapo kwa comment section. I would want to hear from you, ladies and gentlemen. What do you make of what is happening? Could there be secrets that zinajitokeza tu kidogo kidogo? All right, Kenyans wanaambiwa ama wanaonyeshwa tu moja moja, not everything. It is kidogo. All right, kidogo. We were here fighting Azimio Kenya Kwanza, and kama these guys are already working together. Are we almost talking of a handshake government again? I don't know. It is even worrying me, bwana. It is worrying me, but lakini pia kuna mtu mmoja ame stand out in all this. One, Eugene Wamalwa. Kwa watu wote, this guy has refused to sign. He has refused to sign the document. He has cited reasons why he has refused to sign it. And equally, Azimio has played smart. I'll be showing you how they have done it. Raila says everyone is okay, Kalonzo is okay, Karua is okay, Eugene is okay, but hapo kwa kusign, Eugene never signed. Eugene was a no-show today. Karua was a no-show today in the presentation of the NADCO report. The question now arises, could there be an issue in Azimio? Hizi stories za baba zime change politics as we know it. Some of us thought we knew politics, lakini we need to go back to that political classroom, because these guys are teaching us high octane politics, I'm telling you, because hii siyo ya ligi yetu, hii imetushinda. Lakini I'll want to hear from you. What do you make of the NADCO report? This is a report that will change the structure of our politics. It comes with so many recommendations. It comes with goodies for elected MPs. It comes with goodies for senators. It comes with goodies for MCAs. So at any level, these guys are sorted. So these guys, they almost stand no chance to oppose it. And there's another word that is coming back. You remember, no one can stop reggae. You remember, no amendment will be done to the BBI report. You remember those words? Today they were mentioned. I'm telling you, the stories zilizo kwa hii show ya leo, hii hautaki kumiss. So like, subscribe, share as much as you can. Zaidi ya yote, be part of Kenya News Link. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of Mtembei TV from NAXFAB. Watu wote ambao mnanitazama, asante sana kwa kujiunga nami kupitia hiyo link ambao umejiunga nayo. Lakini pia kimbia hapo YouTube, okay? Tafuta Kenya News Link, subscribe to Kenya News Link ili uhondo kama hii na zingine nyingi kama hizi zisikupite, okay? Lakini wacha tuanze show. Wacha nianze show na hii ripoti ya kwanza. Ladies and gentlemen, the NADCO report becomes the first thing we discuss before we go to many other topics making headlines. Skiza hii wadau.
The committee report should not be altered as it is a compromise document that stems from rigorous negotiations. He spoke after receiving the report from the committee, which also handed the report to President William Ruto. Raila wants the reports implemented without amendments, as Stephen Leto reports.
Few minutes before 5 p.m., the bipartisan talks committee arrived in State House, Nairobi, to hand over their report that was ready in November last year. President Ruto said the report captured outstanding constitutional issues that have remained unresolved.
I am happy that the outstanding issue of 2/3 gender, finally, both sides have agreed on a way forward.
The president said the issues contained in the report mark a milestone in the country, even as he assured members of the committee that the report will be fully implemented.
When you have constituencies, when you represent people, it's difficult to carry everybody's view. And sometimes you get blamed for this or the other. But I am confident that you had the fortitude and the strength and commitment to make sure that you did the right thing.
The team had earlier on presented a report to Azimio leader Raila Odinga at his Capitol Hill office. Odinga said the report will be implemented without amendments.
Our position is that the report, including the various legislative proposals attendant to it, should be implemented without alterations.
Odinga added that although the teams did not agree on the cost of living issue that formed basis of the opposition protests, it was part of a give and take in the dialogue.
There are things we agreed to disagree on, and that includes the issue of the cost of living, which is of much importance to us. The government side demanded that we leave that matter to them, and we agreed for purposes of helping the country to move forward. But this is still a debt, and we are going to continue to press them to address this issue of high cost of living.
The NADCO report handed to the two leaders recommended evaluation of the 2022 electoral process as opposed to opening of IEBC servers as demanded by the opposition. The report further recommends establishment of an expanded IEBC selection panel from the current 7 members to 9 members to include other electoral players. On the cost of living, there was no consensus with the committee, failing to scrap the housing levy and again hitting a dead end in attempting to lower the fuel levy from 16% to 8%. Both teams, however, agreed on the establishment of the Office of the Official Opposition that will have 2 deputies to cure the winner-takes-it-all syndrome. NADCO further recommends to Parliament to establish the Office of the Prime Minister, who will be appointed by the President and vetted by Parliament. NGCDF will be entrenched in the Constitution, as well as the setting up of the Senate Oversight Fund, should the report sail through Parliament. Stephen Letos, Citizen TV.
Well, I am telling you, ladies and gentlemen, nikumoto tu sana. Before tufike hapa, kulikuwa na maandamano chungu mzima. Before we reached where we are, stories and NADCO report, it was raining fire here in Kenya. That's why we ended up going to that committee. Imechangiwa twice. Sorry, this is the second one. The first one ilikuwa na akina Sifuna. Hiyo haikuwork na akina, you remember the good lawyer Mr. MP of Ralieda Otiende Amolo. Hiyo haongezana, ikabidi wape Manstivo akashikana na jamaa anajiita Ichungua, and there they came up with the report. Hii report wengine washajiondoa kwayo. Martha Karua alishajitoa kitambo, Eugene Wamalwa ashajitoa kwa hizi story. Na mambo bado ndio tu mambo imeanza. I am joined right now by my good friend and brother Benson mwenyewe all the way from BBM. Hapo nakwambia wanafanya zile mambo, acha tu. Karibu sana my brother. Hope you're well.
I'm doing good, and I'm very happy today to join you. I've been longing to join the show, but like due to time today I decided to create time for you so we can have some stories.
Asante sana, karibu sana, and what a day you have chosen to have such a story with us. Leo ni kumoto, the stories zenye tuko nazo hatuwezi maliza leo. I really hope hii show itaweza kutoshea the amount of stories tunazo. So wewe msikilizaji, mtazamaji, unaweza jiunga pia nasi kupitia link ambayo nimekutumia hapo kwa comment section. Hiyo link inakutuma moja kwa moja hadi StreamYard. Ukifika StreamYard, fanya kitu rahisi, asha kamera na washe mic, alafu uandike jina, click enter, unajikuta kwa studio. Okay, tuko na studio mbili, tuko na moja brother Benson hapa na ya Kenya Newslink. Hii Newslink inahitaji mwangaza kama hii ya Kenya ya brother BBM, acha tuombe nayo. Lakini karibu sana brother Benson. What do you make of the report? Report imekabidhiwa Raila Odinga na imekabidhiwa William Ruto. What do you make about it?
You know, I will still stand with Martha Karua because the report does not address the issues that Kenyans are facing. I still believe, and I need to be advised at some point, how. I will start with, from 7 commissioners to 9 commissioners, how is that going to solve what Kenyans have been going through each and every after election cycle? That is one. That is, I need to be advised, and if somebody is there on the show or a panelist would want to come and show me, and just come and explain to me how that one is going to help. Another one, tell me how the official opposition office and the prime minister post, together with the 2 deputies, is going to solve the issues that Kenyans are going through. Those are the main thing.
Okay.
When we come about talking about the fuel levy that was charged at 16%, if you are very keen enough, you can remember during the time when the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the former President Uhuru Kenyatta were good friends.
Yes.
They passed this bill in Parliament, and I can remember those days the Tanga wing of the government, headed by Kimani Ichungua, really protested in Parliament when when that bill was being passed, the levy to 16%. Yeah, now it is here with us, and to me, this one tells you one thing. Yeah, that at the end of the day, how important are the electorate? How do we treat the people who are voting, the electorate? Do we treat them as special people? Because if you look at the composition of the position that are created, who is going to benefit? Who is going to benefit? Normal Kenyans are not going to benefit from all these positions. Yeah. So and again, the NADCO report, we can agree the court ruling made it so that it was unconstitutional. Yeah, and that's one also bring you how do we play the politics and the law? How does politics and the law takes place? Where do we apply the law, and where do we apply the politics? Those are the questions that if someone can answer me, then I'll be okay. And if you look at the time when this report is being brought into Parliament, or this being presented to the 2 leaders, there's buyout that is going to take place. Yeah, there's a buyout that is going to take place, and this report or everything that has come, these were premeditated. These are not the new findings. These are no new findings, because if there were new findings, the recommendation that were brought by Kenyans who went to Bomas to share their views, they could have been captured. None of that were captured by the report. So for me, I will still insist, NADCO report is not going to solve the issues that Kenya are facing. As when it comes to election and electoral processes, justice is not. And I'm sure 100% after election of 2027, God willing, if we are still going to be here, Jakes, you will come and agree with me. It's not going to solve because they have not gone to nitty-gritty of things that make us go on street.
Okay. Interesting. Anajiita brother Benson na ako na maswali chungu nzima. Wewe mtazamaji, maswali yako ni yapi? Hii NADCO report, will it even solve? Wamesema hii ndio solution. Hii ndio kitu ambayo ilituma wajamaa wakakufa wakati wa maandamano. Hii ndio kitu itasolve, kura zisipotee, zisiibiwe. Hii ndio solve all this. I'm telling you. At it solve your story, a winner takes it all. Is that why we went to the streets? Well, karibu sana bwana Alex Media, karibu sana. Hope you are well. Karibu kwa show. What do you make of the NADCO report? Today we have a great show for us, but we have begun with the NADCO report ambayo imekuwa submitted to one Kalonzo, to one Raila Odinga and William Ruto, and the two seem to celebrate it. What do you make of it?
No, Jakes, if there is a time that Raila has degenerated to become a Ninacom, it's this time around. I'm going to get Raila and I'm going to skin him to hide because I'm his supporter number one. But at the same time, I'm going to say at it is. This guy goes to the NADCO report. What is in the NADCO report? What is it going to help us? You know very well William Samoei. You know Ichungua. Are we going to benefit from the NADCO report? Hell no. What part of no don't you understand? Is it the M or the O? The person
the
that
in between.
Away
Go ahead.
We are legitimizing William Samoei. We are making Ruto a two-term president through the NADCO report. Because for the first time, I hear Raila Amolo Odinga call him Ruto the president, His Excellency. I hear Ngidu call him His Excellency. I hear all these Bangaloos and Balonis, President William Ruto. You know, we have really degenerated from revolution, our day to destiny, maandamano, now William Samoei Ruto, the president. Nonsense. Raila, you go home to Bondo right now. You are making us to be a follower of something that we really do not want. What we want is this man to get out of that seat because we never won that election. He did not. We voted early and flinched.
Okay.
And now we are legitimizing a person that now we have an agreement to the NADCO report. What is the NADCO report? Nonsense. And from the onset, you can ask Benson. From the onset, I said I do not want to listen to anything that Ichungua is in. Once Ichungua agrees to it, it's a nonsensical waffler. No
interesting. Watu wa Kenya Kwanza, watu wa Azimio, karibuni sana. I can tell you the anger is almost palpable, but we have Jake, a great one, and this one is a mass seat. Yes, Brother Benson.
Jakes, sometimes I usually take a very neutral grounds, but I'm looking at Kenyans because, like, forget about now. Even if you look at, we say like putting a place whereby we want MP to be loyal to their political parties, you know. How can you put that one on a law? Yet, you know very well that if you are not agreeing with the party that take you to parliament, it is your responsibility as a leader to resign and seek mandate from the people. How do you want to make that to become a law? And it is, which means we are encouraging it, you know. Yeah. Now, coming to the two deputies, yeah. When you come to the two deputies of opposition, official opposition, yeah, how does it? Because when the Constitution of 2010 was being written, some of it they borrowed it.
Yes.
They borrowed it from Western countries. Yeah, if you're very keen on Kenya Constitution, it's more or less like US Constitution, whereby we have the upper house and the lower house, where we have the Senate and the lower house. Yeah, and it's more or less the same. I can give you a typical example. If you look now in US, when you come to the Senate, the Democrats have the majority, and the majority leader is Jack Schumer. Yeah. So Jack Schumer, but because the government is formed by Joe Biden, so which means they have the upper hand. But the days when you can find the right now the Republican leads in the House, yeah. So they're acting like they're acting as opposition. They have to put the government on check, yeah. So by bringing in two deputies of leader of opposition, how does it help the people of Kenya. Because what will happen, this one bring us to what we call the regionalism, the politics of regionalism, the politics of personality, and the politics of commercialization. That we commercialize, because you will not convince me that a tiny tribe of 50 or 20 people will be given presidency or will be given the member of official opposition.
I agree with you, Mr. Benson.
Yeah.
We had Ngilu talk the other day.
Yeah.
That was yesterday. Ngilu said that Raila is going to AU.
Yeah.
It's a foregone conclusion. It looks like that thing has already been said.
Yes.
And he asked, where are you leading us? Some of us should go with you. And that is what we call commercialization. Look, where are we left, me and you?
Yes, that's
after all this, where are we left? Thank you for saying that.
Yeah. So it's not, it doesn't go back to the people. It doesn't care what Kenyans want. Yeah. It is about us. Yeah. And you will see when they will be making those coalitions. Yeah. They will give you those positions based on the population of where you are coming from your region. They're not going to give you just because maybe you are learned. The Ogiek family will not be a president. There is no somebody from Ogiek family that will be a president because their population does not allow them to be. If we go with this NADCO report. Yeah, so I think like we should go back to the drawing board and look at what Kenya wants. Not what the leaders
Interesting. Interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Alex, I want to come to you very quickly. When you look at the report that has been tabled, Raila Odinga says it's a good report, incomplete but good. It's a good progress. William Ruto praises it. In fact, he says in it we'll get the two-third gender rule, and NGCDF will be now constitutional. We'll get Senate will get some money, MCA will get some money, everyone will get something. But mwananchi yule alienda kwa street, honestly, what is it? What is it in for them in this report? Really,
Jex, let me tell you one thing before you finish. This nonsense called NADCO report is messing us up. The NDCDF was actually told by the judiciary that it is null and void. Look, why do we send money to MCS? Why do we send money to the women rep? Why do we send and there's a devolution called the county? Are you empowering some people that really is this a channel for? Is it a conduit for corruption? What do we do with that money? Jex, I want to tell you, if there is anything that we need to guard and safeguard, it is the devolution. The governor must be given the money in order to work. The MCAs within the county level have the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Healthcare, the Minister of Environmental. Then why should MPs get the money? Why should senators get the money? Why should the women rep get the money? First and foremost, we were told that the women rep cannot be described in the manner that they're supposed to give us parts. I'm telling you, there's a lot of corruption going on with this deal that is coming with the NADCO report. I'm telling you, I am not going to go with Raila on the NADCO report. I'm going to hit him. I'm going to fuck it. I'm going to use all necessary means. And I'm going to say, hell no. HELL. We are not going to allow the conduit of corruption to forgive us and allow corruption to go through the counties using the name of the NADCO report. Let me ask you, Jeff, my friend, let me ask you, do they bring money on board or they are conduiting it to something else? Nonsense. Let them go to the nearest dustbin. This blunder they are making money. And I'm telling you, I've said it and I've opined it. I was the first person to come to your dialogue when I disagreed with Bernard, and Revolutionary Rebel said it yesterday. This issue of national dialogue is political expediency.
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing progressive about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Now,
uh,
how does it benefit Kenya, Bwana Benson, when we have several leaders at the very top? How do we even benefit? How does Mama Mboga there in Musocho benefit by having a prime minister? How does it work? What is the thinking behind it?
I tell you for a fact, Jake, and I'm here. It doesn't benefit Kenyans at any cost. No Kenya is benefiting by us having a prime minister or official opposition. Because, Kenyans, there's one thing that we usually forget. There's sometimes that we create the laws and they create all this based on the circumstances, hoping that tomorrow it will be mine so that the favors or like the condition that is created, I will enjoy them. But sometimes it turns out not to be true. Yeah. And we've seen it. And I think at a point where Kenyans could have learned, and that could have been our turning point in 2007. That was our turning point. Yeah. And if that one was our turning point, we could have learned from that. And from there, we could have all the recommendation that even was made by the Kriegler report. Yeah. That could have been there. On the NADCO report, right now, we are almost 2 years. Yeah. We don't have commissioners in place. Yeah. We are still talking of bringing in 9 commissioners. The 9 commissioners, who are going to choose them? Because I don't think that they are going to be neutral when it comes to selecting this panel or the commissioners themselves. All the political leaders will have to propose the people that they feel will serve their interest. Then, if it is like that, who is going to serve the interest of a lady or a young person in Bungoma or Wajir? Who is going to serve that interest? Because each and every vote counts. Yeah. If there is no fidelity in our institution, whereby even the commissioners themselves, they don't trust themselves, they have to be planted in those areas to look at who is stealing for who or who is not stealing from who. Then I'm telling you, Jakes, I'm telling you, in 2007, if God willing, we will be here. Immediately after election, get ready to write another national dialogue report talking of another issue that is not there. But if Kenya, of the leaders can go and look for patriotic leaders who pay fidelity to their country. It is fidelity to the country, not fidelity to the political class. Then we will win. But in a situation whereby the fidelity is for a political class, the people who are controlling the leadership, if for the longest time in our history, the people who have been in the political playing field are the same. There's nobody new that has come in apart from the the young generation that are now being trained even to take the political trend that the older are taking. For instance, President William Ruto has been in the political field for how long? The Right Honorable Prime Minister have been in the field for how long? Musalia Mudavadi, and they've been in they've been in the same camp, just changing each and every election. They're changing, but the same people, and they're promising us Kenyans to bring us change. How can they? Yet they've been there for 20 years, playing the same field, different colors. Now NADCO report is there. The other time it was a BBI, and the BBI was going to solve everything. Now we have NADCO report. What about 207? 2027, we will have which one? International what? After each and every election, we will be having this kind of discussions because it has been a trend. And Kenyans are buying into it. Yeah. Yes, that's what is there.
You raise very interesting sentiments, which I want to ask Bwana Alex. Alex, Mr. Benson is saying something interesting, that after every election, there is always something we are looking at as an implementation or a solution to the election. We had the BBI that failed. Now we are talking of NADCO, and it is supposed to solve our issues. Honestly, from where you sit, what
Jex, let me
informs
ask
such
you a
form of
question.
reasoning?
Jex, I want to be man enough and answer this question. Did you sit in any way and understand that at any time William Samoei Ruto will have a pact with Raila Odinga? I want you to tell me that. Did we even in an artery on our own mindset believe that Raila can have a pact with William Samoei Ruto? No. Answer me that.
No, we did not.
No. Alex, yes. Remember the day we were with you at the Candid Talk? Remember when they went out with Orengo, they went out to some country, and I told you that there have to be a communication behind the scenes. You remember we were with you on the show? And I told you that. And you can remember that.
And how many people hated us for saying the truth?
It was very, you could have looked at the section. Even that day at the section, somebody said I was bought. But I said it. Yep. So that is how it is.
Now, gentlemen, could all this that is happening now, it seems as though it is a written script, as though someone somewhere is pushing the cards or the mouse or controlling the remote. Everything is falling to play. At one point, William Ruto mentioned these sentiments that I know you Raila Odinga, na kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Kidogo kidogo maandamano hata haikubamba ya tatu. It was just maybe to remind him of what yes.
That was Mukapi funeral.
Because from there, because after that, everything else changed. We saw them going to a football match together. They were all over. In fact, there were rumors that they met in Mombasa. They met under Suluhu. Now, even these stories are AUC. Is it even a coincidence?
It has refuting the reality. But the fact is, there is a political gymnastics going here. And it's hurting me. It looks like we are having a vendetta. Raila is joking with us. Raila is joking with us. Fuck it.
Now, the question is, could all this be a secret that probably was there, seated behind the scenes, that not many knew? Probably even regarding Gachagua didn't know of this. So they're only coming out to play as though it is a shock or a surprise. You know, they knew Raila Odinga right from the very onset that he will be going to AUC. They knew quite so well. And all these were plans, slowly but sure, only to come out kidogo, and maybe even there is still more to come. Do you think, Bwana Benson, probably there is more than what meets the eye in this new bromance between Raila Odinga and William Ruto?
Let me tell you something. If you're a business person who is doing a business, there's what we call business intelligence, the market intelligence. The market intelligence, you study the trends. If you've been in trading on a particular good, especially, for example, because I did what we call purchase and supply and logistics. So what happens if you are in a supermarket? There's a way in which you can monitor the intelligence of the market of a particular product and how it moves. Yeah. So if you are to order goods, you have to make sure that you have the buffer. Yeah. And you have also to make sure you don't order too much and you don't order too low, but you have to order in a way such that you know. So, and it tells you the market trends. And when you come to politics too, it tells you the trends that Kenyan politics is all about. And if you studied it so well, it's all about something. It seems to be planned, because at no point did I know that Raila, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and Uhuru Kenyatta could come together. And I would tell you, remember Milio Diambo, what Milio Diambo said during those days when President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga were not seeing hang to eye. All that the insults they used to throw at Mr. Uhuru, the president, yeah, that hatred. But when they came together, Uhuru, the former president came the darling of everybody. Like Uhuru was the best, you know. Now, and this one also went. Now we are seeing the trend is also happening now with the president Ruto. Ruto was very bad, you know. Now it's becoming, as time goes, is becoming to be a darling of those who are opposing his presidency here, and those who are not even acknowledging that he was the president. Now he could be called the president of Kenya, you know. So it tells you about the political trends in Kenya. It is the people of Kenya, they are not, the electorate are not treated so special. Yeah, they are only special in some occasions. One, they're only special when election is going to be, when people are going to election, then the electorate are very special. They're only special when we are calling for maandamano. We will call them because we know they have the saying. But now when it comes to deals, they are nowhere on the table. And that tells you the political trends. And it will happen, it will happen, it will happen. Even after 2027, we will have those kind of the meetings. And it brings you to what we say about our political parties. Our political parties do not have ideology. They are musical swing chairs. They swing. There's nothing that they stand for. They stand for everything. They don't stand for anything. Yeah, that's all our political parties. Yes.
Interesting. Now, Alex, I don't know about you, but I want to ask you this question, Bwana Alex, if you can hear me. Alex, can you hear me?
Is it still him?
I can hear you.
The NADCO report. The NADCO report seems to be what they call broke the camel's back. Already, we have Eugene Wamalwa coming out to say, you know what, I don't support this. You know what, he didn't even sign it. Karua was not showing this meeting today. What do you make of this? Is this now where we now see political formations now begin to happen, where different divides will come out? Yes. Initially, during BBI, we had the Tanga wing. Is this the time?
Yes. Yes. Let me tell you one thing that you need to know. Unfortunately, the Nilots, I don't know how to say it so you can understand it. The Nilots are together. Fuck you. That is it. Let's not go to anything. The Nilots are together. And I'll leave it there.
And Alex, I want to support you. And the reason why I want to support you, we were having a discussion with some leaders nowadays that do interact so many with upcoming. And if to say that, just to say Kalonzo is going to go with Ruto on one-on-one, in the Luoland, the president, the Ruto will get more votes than Kalonzo. I tell you here today, if Raila is not in the ballot. Come and mark that one down. I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm telling you, Jake, make this one as a history. And this one, what is going to affect it with the kind of running mate Kalonzo is going to choose. If he's running, that one will depend. But to go by, he will get junk of votes from Luoland. And there will be voter apathy if Raila is not on the ballot in the Luoland. I'm telling you that. Mark those two words.
Interesting. So you're saying this, if I'm getting you right, you're saying that we could be staring at a situation that the Luo society, the Luo community would feel entitled to William Ruto, especially because of this new gesture he's doing, more than they would feel to someone who has supported Raila Odinga 3 times in a row in elections? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I would
Benson?
tell you that. I would tell you that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's
interesting. And
it's not all about support, but it's all about the being genuine and being good at what you are doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting conversations we are having here at Kenya News Link. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of this show. Now, this is what I'm talking about of Eugene Wamalwa refusing to sign. Listen in, ladies and gentlemen.
Eugene Wamalwa has refused to endorse the National Dialogue Committee report, citing the glaring omission of the critical issue of lowering the cost of living. While 9 out of the 10 committee members signed, Wamalwa dissented, blaming the Kenya Kwanza team for their perceived lack of commitment to tackling the high cost of living. And as Ben Kirui reports, the NADCO team submitted its final report to opposition leader Raila Odinga at his Capitol Hill offices and President William Ruto at State House.
Members of the National Dialogue Committee, NADCO, officially presented their report to Azimio leader Raila Odinga on Friday. Conspicuously missing was one of the members of the 10-member committee, Eugene Wamalwa, the Democratic Action Party of Kenya leader who dissented, cited the glaring omission of the critical issue of lowering the cost of living in the report.
I felt we did not do justice to the single most important issue amongst the 5 issues that we were discussing, which was the cost of living. That matter, if you read the report, you find that there was a serious disagreement on that issue. And this is an issue touching every Kenyan. And things have just gotten worse because many Kenyans cannot make ends meet.
Wamalwa further argues that the report prioritized the matters beneficial to the political class, neglecting issues that significantly impact the common citizen. In expressing his disappointment, Wamalwa lamented the struggle that has become a daily life for Kenyans.
Many families that can hardly afford a meal a day, and yet we see the cost of living going even higher. So at Bomas, this is a matter we fail to address.
Wamalwa further accused the Kenya Kwanza team of lacking political goodwill and commitment to making life more bearable for Kenyans.
There was some bias on the side of our Kenya Kwanza colleagues. There was lack of goodwill and good faith. And I felt that to some level, they were only focusing on the memoranda issues.
In a letter to Parliament, Wamalwa expressed his reluctance to claim his sitting allowances due to a fundamental disagreement with the NADCO report, asking that the money be returned to sender. His decision coming after he received an invitation to provide bank details for payment.
I also made it public that I would also not be accepting the sitting allowances. So today I formally put my position on record in Parliament through a written communication.
The NADCO committee, established to foster dialogue and consensus, was tasked with recommending constitutional, legal, and policy reforms. These reforms address key areas such as auditing the 2022 electoral process, the cost of living, and restructuring and reconstituting the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. Ben Kirui, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Now, Brother Benson, Mr. Eugene stands out to be the hero in this. In a way, he refused the money and refused to sign. What do you make of his character?
Yeah, at least we are having a character that we can now believe that he's saying the truth. But I don't think maybe the cost of living could have been the main reason why, because even the cost of living that they're talking about, there's so many things that we have to look at when we're looking at cost of living. What are the indicators that are making the cost of living to go high? It depends. There's so many of them. For instance, somebody staying in Runda, yes. I'm staying in somebody staying in Runda, I'm staying maybe in Kibera. If because like I'm staying in Kibera, if I go and stay in Runda, the cost of living there will be high because I cannot accommodate it, because that is also high cost of living. Another situation is where somebody's producing, maybe there's a produce that is produced in Migori, and we are bringing the finished product in Nairobi. There are so many cartels in here that are getting the money. And that one, by the time the product reaches Nairobi, it's going to cost high. So like maybe somebody's buying it at Nairobi market will pay more money than somebody's paying it at home. That one also we can talk of cost of living. But the most driving factor of cost of living is about the energy we talk of, fuel, So there is where if something can be done, it can lower the prices of some products also to come down. And again, if you're looking at the cost of living, we can also talk about employment. It is in Kenya whereby when you look at the manifesto of all the political parties, they talk about employment of the youth, but some of the things that they do not address. They don't address what is the entering factor. In so many countries, you may find that like in other professionals, when you're employing in some countries, there's a minimum wage that you have to give somebody. But in Kenya, you may find somebody is a professional, have gone and has like a degree and has like a master's, but he's being still paid like peanut. There's no like a minimum wage for Kenyans. And if we could have having that one also could have lowered the cost of living, because there will be that circulation of the money in the market, So there are so many factors that are appointing cost of living. So cost of living should not be part of the conversation, but they should bring at what are the indicators that we should use so that the cost of living can go down, But I will stand with Eugene Wamalwa. I will stand with Honorable Martha Karua on this, because I believe in a true Kenyans on how Kenya is. I don't think it is a time that we should start bringing in positions that are not going to benefit Kenyans, because if you're looking at it very carefully, I said it earlier, this is about what we call the rewarding of the political class in the pretext of their tribes, because they will say, we as Luyas, we've been given the prime minister. Yes. But how does that prime minister post? How does the prime minister post change the life of a mother who is down there in the village, yet she's a Luya? What can we do? Yes. So I don't think it's benefit any Kenya. There, I stand with Martha Karua and Eugene Wamalwa.
Interesting. Asante sana, namwona Laturio Akondani. Asante kwa ujumbe wako, tumeupokea loud and clear. Unasema Nilots hawajaungana, sisi ndio watu tutapigia tutapigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe, ikilinganishwa na jamii zingine. Interesting. Lemosi Egon unasema we borrowed everything from the US and UK constitution but left the electoral college system that would have brought our people together. Now, when we look at our constitution,
let me just talk to the lady who has talked about electoral college. When you look at electoral college, even right now, the electoral college is kind of like it's also is not working well with the black community in America, because you find like the states that are dominated by the majority of black people do get less numbers when it comes to electoral college as compared to other states, because they have the larger majority, but the number of electoral college they get, it's very few. Check on that.
Wow, interesting. Now, there's this point that Karua is not in the show. Equally, Eugene Wamalwa has been missing. There's another team that equally we are yet to be sure where they stand. Akina Mwangi Wairia, Akina this Meru guy, Peter Munya. Yes. Where do you think they stand? And if this report was to go on, who benefits from it and who is disadvantaged in this report?
Okay. When this report goes, definitely the people who are going to benefit is going to be based on the personality. And the personality, when you look at the personality up around Kenyan politics, are the people with the majority of the crowds following. You know, you cannot tell me that Mwangi wa Iria can benefit from this. He cannot. He doesn't have. He has got a name, but does he had following? Because when you look at Central Kenya is kind of like divided. You know, talk of maybe Kalonzo might. We will look for somebody from Luyaland or Paranya might benefit because like when these positions are being created, these positions are not created for everybody. These positions are created for particular areas. Yeah, because when negotiation, especially like political, we call it partitioning of Kenya during the political realignment, how we partition Kenya. We partition Kenya based on numbers. What numbers do you bring on the table? You know, first of all, we will look at the Central Kenya because we perceive that Central Kenya has numbers because that is what we've gone with. Even though maybe some numbers are being created, we will look at Western Kenya, we will look at Luoland, then we will look at Coast. Coast does not have a number because there are so many communities in it. You know, it's no like you can say that as a coastal region, we have one community. We have the Swahili, Wadigo, and all that. You know, so the people who are going to benefit are the majority with the latter region of population. That's who are going to benefit. And the people who are going to benefit, the second, are the names. Who are the names? Who is who in the political class? Yeah. And after doing that, then that one will come. As you know, I can talk about Her Excellency Martha Karua. You know Martha Karua from beginning. Yeah. If a no is a no, she's ready to go down with her no, provided that she feels like I'm on the right track. She doesn't care. Yeah. And that is what she's doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at this report, it comes in to favor selected few, all in the guise that once it's implemented, the entire nation will heal from it. Now, the other question that comes into this report is the 2/3 gender rule. Must we push that narrative so much that we even go to the level of nominating even a third of the entire parliament so that we cure that? Why don't we let the ground be fair? Because honestly, these nominated leaders at times they are the reasons as to why some laws just pass, because they must be loyal to a party, to the people who nominate them. They cannot even work independent. They do not represent anyone. They represent a party or a person. If we increase the number of nominated, especially ladies or people, are we not weakening parliament even further? Not that I'm saying women are weak. I'm just saying if people are not answerable to the constituencies, are we not weakening parliament?
You know, one thing when it comes to nomination is a very good idea, but where it is being spoiled or the where they are now making it to become so much useless is when the nomination is being given. Nomination is not given based on how educated or how well versed are you informed, but nomination are given based on maybe how did you fund the campaigns or what role were you playing during the campaigns. We've seen so many people who have been nominated that some of us even do not know. You come to know them during the nomination. Then when you look at even their background, you don't find their background. Now, after them going to the parliament, their contribution is not there. The only time you may listen to them when there's a scandal, that's when you know like there's somebody who was nominated. So I'm not saying nomination is a very good idea because it increases the representation or giving the voice to the voiceless. But like when they are nominating, they should nominate people who can create change in the lives of the people that they represent in those particular areas. Yeah. Because you know, leadership is not all about leadership. Is if you are a leader and you cannot change anything, then you don't deserve to be a leader.
Okay.
the main reason why we elect you as a leader, we feel like there's a gap between us and the leadership that we need to be filled up. If you cannot fill the gap, then why should you be there? There should be somebody there to fill that gap. That's why we are giving you leadership. Yeah. And another thing we are giving you leadership is that all of us have the capability of becoming a leader. But because we want law and order, we want to have a very good channel of communication. We are taking you there to represent us, to speak on our behalf. But if you cannot speak on our behalf on issues that are affecting us, then you don't deserve to be there.
Okay. Now, Brother Benson, there's this thing that you are raising. At times we nominate simply because someone was loyal to us, not because he's competent, not because he has the qualification or anything that will add value in parliament, for example, but simply because that guy was a noisemaker, he campaigned so well. That alone is enough to give someone a ticket. We have had nominated MPs and senators who ended up even being a disgrace because of their actions outside parliament or even in parliament therein. And at times they are unable even to perform. For example, female senators and male senators who are nominated cannot vote on very major issues. So then you ask this question: what then is their role? Why do we even then have them if when it matters or when it counts, even the speaker at times does not even recognize them, and now assume? We have seen Gloria Roba complaining that at times they are assumed. You know, they have no they seem to have lesser value than those people who come directly from the people.
Yeah, that is there. And even if you look at some of the politicians that came into the limelight, I can give you a typical example. We talk of Echesa. You know, Echesa was very influential during the time when he was the ODM youth member. Yeah. And that's how the president identified him, because he was very influential, especially when it comes to the ODM in Western Kenya. I don't know whether you know of his history. Yeah. And that one tells you how our politics is. The politics is about following.
Okay.
If I can get that follower so that you vote for me, once I'm in there, I forget about you. And that's the question I told you at the very first beginning. How important is the electorate to the leaders? Yeah. When do we feel like now we are very important? And I told you, we are only important during the time when we are going for voting. Yeah. And during the time now we are calling for maandamano. That's when we are very important. We are needed at most. But now when the decision making is being needed, we are not needed. You know, the time when we want to bring violence, we are needed. Those are the times that we were needed most. When an opponent, we are not agreeing, we come together, beat one another, and say so and so group beated, kind of like overpowered so and so. We celebrate those. But now, when it comes to real issues that are affecting Kenyans, we are not needed to even make decisions. You know, and this is what happened in the NADCO report. I did not see any member or a youth from Jacaranda or anywhere who was on the street protesting. If they knew what they are protesting for, they could have gone there and be part of that committee and tell them, this is why we were protesting. Yeah. This is why, even when it comes to the leadership, we do not have any young leadership, a youth in the leadership who can speak for ourselves. Yeah. We need to create offices for the youths. You know, when you're making appointments, make this appointment for youths. We are not seeing those. So they're only there to be told this is what has taken place. The report has been there and we are planning to make this blah, blah, blah. So, and they will buy into it. But that is up to Kenyans to decide on what to do. But like for me, I would say there's nothing good that NADCO report is bringing to our fellow Kenyans. There's nothing good. There is nothing. Now, it's going to benefit the political elite.
Wow, interesting. Now, I want to come back to you just now, but allow me to appreciate the ones who are equally joining us kwa comment section. Esther Stoll, I see you. Asante sana kwa comments yako, nimeiona na tuna appreciate Lutario, asante pia. Yegon na wengi ambao mnatazama, thank you very very much. To join us in studio, it's not difficult. Kumpitia hiyo link umepata kwa comment section. Hiyo link inakutuma moja kwa moja place inaitwa StreamYard. It is an app, you have to open it. So once you open it, asks you to put a name. Just write a name, your name or a name that you'd want to be called with or identified with, and then activate the camera that it's there, and then the mic that is there. Of course, if you are using your phone, it's still very good. Your laptop is equally very good. And then you click enter. Once you click enter, it will definitely add you here in studio. Let me hear your sentiments concerning what is happening in our country. Do you agree with the report? Does this report cure Kenyans' political injustices that we have been seeing, the electoral malpractices, the issues that go around during elections, the mandamano that we saw, the people who lost their lives? This report, does it even cure? Does it even go close to solving Kenyans' problems? Some people have already distanced themselves with this report. What is your take? What is your feel? What do you make of it? That is what we are looking at here, ladies and gentlemen, among many other myriad of issues that have taken place here in Kenya. All right, interesting. Thank you so much, Bwana Benson, for being with me tonight in studio. There's this question that I'm about to ask you. When you look at this report, there are things that is seriously missing. The question of Mwananchi, and therein is where they will now come in to improve it kidogo tu, just like BBI came with this humongous thing, and then later on wakaanza kuintroduce uto vitu ndani, wakasema youth watapewa incentives, tax break ya 7 years, among many other things. This time round, what are the sweeteners that are likely to come in? Because you remember there are things that walisema ziko pending. Hapo ndani ndio wataanza kusema the sweeteners or the things that can make this thing to be palatable to mwananchi, to be consumed by everyone, because some people still feel jittery about it.
So why even if you want to talk of those things that they might be very enticing to wananchi, why would they just bring them now? Then as wananchi, we see how important we are with our leaders. Why they just have to go to parliament is then now we are going to do amendments after us speaking. If you really know what we were going through, if you know really what Kenyans are going through, why would you just bring all this on the table at once? Say like, this is what we are doing for Kenyans. Look at how the report could have even addressed how we can address the relationship between the police and the community. Because if the police themselves, who are law abiding, the law keepers, the law keepers and order, sometimes they clash with the community. Yeah, the community who have lost life in the hands of police. How can we bridge that gap? How can we learn on how to go on a protest, whereby when we go on a protest, I know that the policeman who is there to protect the property of people, and me, person going for protest, I know that I'm going for protest for a cause, not even to loot or not even to ban a business for our fellow Kenyans. How can we bring such things on the table so that when we are going for maandamano, we go as a Kenyan, we are going for something that is affecting us all, the common man, the policeman, the politicians, and we agree as Kenyans, not very selective. We are not very selective. So even if they're going to put all these selective things, which are not, sometimes might not be implemented, because we know how it has always been playing. Yeah, it will be there for you to feel happy. Then at the end of the day, so even if they bring all those, it doesn't bring anything that they are going to bring. There's nothing that is going to, until that day. I'm telling you, Jakes, that we become people who are our fidelity is to the country, not to the masters. if our fidelity, especially when we will get those commissioners, when we get those commissioners, they know our oath is not to serve any masters apart from Kenyan voters and give the value to their votes, then we will be at peace. And Kenya, we will not be having no meetings to discuss about dialogue. We will be celebrating when we win. We will be celebrating when we lose. We want to see Kenya whereby if I lose election, I call the press and concede the defeat. Yeah, that's what I want to see. And I want to see a Kenya whereby when the election results are being transmitted, you have your center, and you look at your strongholds and all that, and you see like your stronghold has come. You see this guy, you say like you concede even before, because in some countries people concede even before the election is over, and it's usual for them. Yeah, look at a country like Brazil. Look at a country like India, their population, and look even the time frame that the election transmitting of election takes. The population itself, compare it to Kenya, they take fewer days than us. So those are the things that we should look for. But by us creating a post for prime minister and his deputy and what, nah, haitusaidii. Hii haitusaidii. Sisi
Now,
wote tunapenda Kenya.
The question that even comes to mind is this: was maandamano worth it? Really, did we have to lose life if all it needed is for us to have a prime cabinet secretary who is now constitutional, a PM with 2 deputies, an opposition leader with 2 deputies, to have CDF constitutionalized, to have NGAF, to have all that? Did we have to go to the streets? Was that really why Kenyans took to the streets?
Now, from what the NADCO report has proven us, though, I did not see the value of it, and that's why I was telling you, how should we balance the law and the politics? How should we balance the law? Where should we say like now this is politics, and where should we say that this is the law? Even talk about the maandamano or the protest. The protest is anchored in our law, because that's the only way. If you feel the issues or the government is not doing what you like, not even the government, even at your employer is not doing what you're supposed to do, the best way to express yourself is to have a peaceful demonstration. That's how it usually works, because the law allows that. Yeah. But to the extent whereby if you go for peaceful demonstration, we end up losing our lives. Yeah. And it kind of like take a political turn. So where do we now take the difference now between the law? What does the law says, and what do the politics do on that? Yeah. So how do we differentiate them?
Now,
yeah, come to again
when all this was
come to NADCO report.
When all this was happening,
yeah.
When all this was happening, the NADCO report that was being read, when Mandamano was happening, we were saying that the servers must be opened. The recommendation in NADCO has nothing to do with servers. Zero, zilch. It's silent, extremely silent on opening the server. What does it even mean? Does it really mean that now we acknowledge that truly the elections probably was won free and fair?
Jake, I want to tell you something here, but you maybe you might not believe. You know, Kenya, as much as we say that we've gone digital in voting now, you don't vote digitally. There's no digital voting in Kenya. Electronic voting is not here in Kenya. And I can prove you wrong or right if you want me to. You want me to prove you? The only thing that in a Kenya election, the only thing that happens, you are being identified electronically. Identification electronically. You vote manually. After voting manually, the result, not even the result, the what they call the result in the papers is what is submitted electronically. So the voting is manual. So the only thing that are electronic is the only thing that is electronic is identification and transmission. Voting is manual. Counting is manual. Yeah. So where now fidelity should become in place, whereby now we go wrong as a country. If just imagine the winner is being declared at the polling station. Yeah. Where all the agents should be there. Let's say we are in a particular center. We say it is around, we've agreed it's around 2,000. All of us signed. So which means the 2,000 should be transmitted. You have a copy, I have a copy, everybody has a copy, one should be pinned. At what point do 2,000 change to around 20,000 during transmission or where? And both of us have a copy.
Probably the transmission or we transmitted was not what we signed. A different transmission took place.
But all of the agents have what was agreed on the ground.
Yeah, but can they verify it that what is now reflecting is what they have? So you know, it's for example, if I send you money, I'll get a confirmation message, all right, confirming what I've sent you, what has remained on my side, what has been deducted. The transaction is so clear, all right. As much as we have signed on, just like when you go to an M-Pesa agent, there's somewhere you'll sign that you have deposited some money, you have cashed in some money, all right. That is the manual part, but equally you'll get a confirmation message that equally the M-Pesa guy will equally get. Now, when these guys sent, did they receive messages confirming that what they have sent is what reflected, and that message was it equally verified on the ground that this message ambayo inaapia kwa IBC na ukiangalia na document, are they concurrent? Maybe that also ought to have happened, but I don't know if it was the case, because it's one thing to send the photo, it's another thing to make sure that the photo therein in Bomas is what I have on the ground.
So which means there's some foul play taking place here.
Probably.
So which means everything that everything that is happening, these are things that are created. They create them. Yeah, there's somebody who is creating them. You know, yeah. So
all right.
Somebody I think is somebody wants to ask me a question.
Now let me ask you this question. What now happens? What now happens from here on? Because do we now begin to acknowledge UDA and Kenya Kwanza? Just like after handshake, we had to acknowledge Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. Do we now have to acknowledge Ruto and Raila Odinga? And now I don't know if we'll call them the handshake brothers or the NADCO brothers.
Yeah, well, so what will you do, Jakes? Is what will you do? Even you as Jakes now, you want to start protest about this because like both of them have fanatical base with them. Yeah, all of them have fanatical base with them, and how will you now start to fight this? And if you remember on the most of the shows, I usually take the position of Kenyans, and I've never at any point both the two leaders kind of like hail insult to them. I respect them and I criticize them the same at equal measures, and I respect them all. Yeah, and that's now what brings you back to our country. Let's take, for example, those who insulted President Ruto so much. Now, how are you going to address him? Even those who on the other side who insulted the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Today I saw Kimani Ichungua greeting Prime Minister and smiling. And this is a guy you've been insulting for I don't know how many years. Jakes, where does it put you as a common man?
When Uhuru was doing all this, we said that Raila Odinga was destroying Jubilee.
Yeah.
Now that it's happening, will we now say that Raila Odinga is spoiling UDA?
No, that is how politics of Kenya is being played, because like I told you, political parties in Kenya do not stand for anything, then they stand for nothing. They shift goalpost, because if for example, where we tend to borrow so much of our politics, we tend to borrow our politics about the European nations. You know, I can give you a typical example with the Democrats. Yeah, there are things that Democrats, the Democratic Party stand for, and there are things that the Republican Party stand for. Yeah. So that's where we have the far right and the far left, and we have the moderate. Yeah. There are those who are the far right, you cannot convince them.
Yes, yes.
Like when you look at Obama was a moderate Democrat. He could balance and agree with both Republican and Democrat, and they pass a bill. He was a moderate. But let's say somebody like Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell is a far right Republican. There are things that whether you convince Mitch McConnell, he cannot say yes.
Yes, yes.
And there will no day that they will come together and merge the Democrat and Republican merge together to form a government. Yeah, because of the political stand. But right now, with the Trump coming into Republican, we are seeing some slight kind of like stand for Republican is changing. Going to with the President Trump trend, you know. But they have they are usually what they stand for, which our parties do not have. Because if you look, there are times when the Right Honorable Prime Minister was with Mudavadi, Moses Wetangula, you know. Then it came, Uhuru Kenyatta was also with Raila. Then Uhuru Kenyatta came to be with the Ruto. Now Salia Mudavadi and all that, we are with the Ruto. And these are the same political, and they've criticized one another, each and now they've come together. Yeah. And their parties stand is not even counted. Yeah. What is counting is that what have we given your region? The president loves your region. He has given you the prime minister from cabinet. So that is what is there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, there are things that are happening that are interesting when you look at them. For example, at one point, we could not acknowledge the results, as many would opine then. Azimio was adamant, saying we don't even acknowledge, if you remember the sentiments from Martha Karua, we cannot acknowledge William Ruto as the president. Today, there is something Kalonzo Musyoka said. He said that after the NADCO report now, it's now almost obvious that they will, and in fact, he even called him His Excellency William Ruto. Is it now that we should now begin to say that finally it's obvious that ODM, UDA, Azimio as we know it, they're now working together? We should acknowledge that both sides are either in bed together. We no longer have a working opposition as William Ruto always wanted. Where are we, honestly? You know, it's so confusing. It's so confusing, given that at one point William Ruto said he really wants a very vibrant opposition, but he goes ahead and push for so many changes that affects how opposition should be. So when you look at it, how do you even define this confusion that we are in?
First of all, we've never been in opposition ever since the
2010 Constitution.
Live about 2010 Constitution. Ever since we came to with the the coalition government. We've never have any opposition because it usually, the opposition usually stays for a period of some time, then the leaders come merge together, and that is the end of opposition. And the people who are opposing are the people who are in the government. You can see that with the Jubilee. The majority of Jubilee last time, they became opposition member, yet they were the government, and you saw that the entire time. And right now, again, the same thing is going to happen, because when such like if you see how the right honorable the Kalonzo is trying to now acknowledge that he is the president, so which means what will happen is, like, after everything shall normalize, the people who are going to benefit are now the appointments that are going to be made. Some must be picked from Kalonzo side, the right honorable side, and that's how things are going to cool down. And there are those who are going to feel the casualty. So the people who are going to feel the casualty, they are going to be the opposition. You're in opposition, yet you're in the government. So you're saying on how the government is not working. So I don't think, like, Kenyan, we've been in opposition. We've been both in government and opposition. We've never had like strong opposition ever since the coalition government came into power. No, we've never. It has never been a serious opposition.
So does it mean it's difficult being in the opposition in Kenya? You have to find your way. It's so cold outside there in the opposition. You have to find your way into power somehow. You must find your way there. And that's why we end up always having such kind of talks. The need to change the constitution almost every time an election is done.
Yes, because like I think like we've not understood what to be in opposition is, because even being in opposition and you are in parliament, you are still in government, because that is another arm of government. So it doesn't mean that if you are in opposition now, you are an outcast in the country. It's that like there's a role that you have to play, yet you are still in government. You are in another arm of government. So until we understood that. But the only thing is that we feel that when we are closer to executive, that is when we are in the parliament or we are in the government. That is not true. We have the three arms of government. We have the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive, And when you come to the legislature, this is where we have the parliament. And the parliament is where both the government and the opposition sits. And in the parliament, you will come the majority and the minority, So that's where you debate. But even though you debate, the reason for debating is where you want to make laws that will favor both the opposition, the minority, not even the opposition, the minority and the majority. So you cannot agree, but it will be a 50-50. Now, that's why when the government or the leader of minority brings a bill into parliament, there's a time for discussion for amendments, and this amendment might be brought by the opposition. So when they bring this amendment, sometimes the government will accept it, minimal or maximum, or so then they will feel presented. That's where you see, like, if the government cannot give opposition chance to do those amendments, they tend to walk out of the of the parliament, because they feel their views are not being heard, because they're people that they represent in the house, but they are in government.
There's this notion that at times we tend to have almost every time. For example, when we had the handshake regime, no one was opposing what Uhuru was saying. Sasa kutoka hapa, now that msimamo is in, je, itakuwa chochote Ruto anasema sasa kitakuwa ni ndio na amina? What happens now? Because we were confused in handshake. What happens now that we have a challenge with the Ruto regime, but already there's a working relationship that seems to be there between Raila Odinga and Ruto. What happens now? Do we complicate a bad situation already? What do you think?
What will happen is this, and it depends with individual or a leader. A leader, there's what we call psychophancy. How psychophants am I going to be with a leader? Because right now, the person who will have a major say, as electorate, you cannot have a major say on what is happening, especially when it comes to implementing of the policies. When the president maybe bring those policies, since like the leaders will tend to be like there's that handshake. They will tend to pass those policies to please their masters. Yeah.
Okay.
So they will have to do it. As a common man, you will try your level best to make those noise, and you will not. But what will happen again is this: immediately when we will be nearing almost the end of their tenure, when the realignment will come, you will see how the politicians are very keen enough, and they will see the side that has like the majority of popularity, and that's where they will go, and they will say bad things of those who've worked with. And this one brings me to about members from some two MPs from central Kenya that even were there to protest when the KRI officials were there. And I say, they're not very sincere. They're not very truthful. You are the people who passed that law in the parliament. You voted for it. Then why again should you go there and join the protest?
Okay.
It's insane. Yeah, this tells you how electorates are not very important. Yeah. You protesting there with the electorate is not going to change anything. Go back to parliament and vote out that bill that you voted for.
Interesting. Asante sana. I'll be coming to you just now. Shikilia hapo because I want you upate tama la maji as I engage now jamaa anajiita msimamo. Kaka brother za masiku, uhali gani?
Niko mimi niko poa ndugu yangu Zex.
Karibu sana Kenya News Link. Unaendeleaje kakangu?
Nipo namshukuru Mungu bwana.
Sasa muda mrefu lakini nashukuru kuona naona uhali njema na nashukuru sana.
Bwana, kuna wakati fulani hivi nilikuwa involved na ajali lakini
wacha nichukue maji na kuja.
Nashukuru sasa nipo. Nimerudi.
Kaka brother acha nikuulize. Sasa leo leo ripoti ya NADCO imewasilishwa kwa Raila Odinga na kwa William Ruto na wote wameipongeza na wanasema ni kitu sawa, na wameanza hata kumuita Rais William Ruto kama wanamtambua kama rais. Walikuwa wamejishikilia katu kwamba hawata acknowledge kama rais hadi server zifunguliwe, na stories za server ni kama zimetupiliwa mbali. Sasa tu discuss mambo za server. Hata in any case kinachotia sasa fora ni nia ya Raila Odinga kwenda AU. Wewe kama msimamo, hii story yote unaichukulia vipi? Ilhali tulikuwa hapa tukisema ya kwamba server zifunguliwe, tulikuwa hapa tukisema ya kwamba ni vyema ukweli wa mambo, kiini ama chanzo kikuu ambacho kilileta maandamano kiweze kutatuliwa, ambacho kilikuwa ni swala la server, swala aliyekuwa mshindi, na nikana kwamba hizo stories zote zimefutiliwa mbali. Watu walipoteza maisha yao, tulijitosa uwanjani kufanya maandamano, lakini ole wetu ni kama mwananchi tena amesahaulika. Wakubwa wamepata nafasi ya kuketi pamoja na kuzungumza mambo yao. Sisi wananchi tumeambulia patupu. Hali ni mbaya sana. Wewe kama msimamo, maoni yako ni yapi?
Hatujaambulia patupu kaka. Kama wananchi hatujaambulia patupu. Maana mimi husema mgomba siku zote usiku ukiwa ungali wima. Ukiwacha ukianguka mgomba basi baadaye. Sasa kwa nini nasema hatuna cha kulaumu? Wakati tulipoitwa hatukuitika vya kutosha. Tulikuwa na maswali kwa sababu ya mgawanyiko wa tabaka, lugha, ngome za kisiasa, kijamii. Sasa vitu kama hivi ndio ambavyo vimetuacha tumefikia mahali palipo. So sioni haja ya kulaumu viongozi sio wamerudi pamoja, maana wananchi wenyewe hatukuwa na umoja na hatujakuwa na umoja mpaka sasa hivi. Japo tunayaona maovu, tunaona machafu kutokana kwa wanasiasa wale. So itamata kwamba huu ni mwiba wa sisi wananchi wenyewe kujidunga. Kwa hivyo sidhani kama utakuwa na lawama. Hapo kama umenielewa vizuri.
Na kuelewa kabisa kaka brother. Na sisi ndio kweli tulikataa kujitokeza, lakini waliojitokeza kuna wale pia walipoteza maisha yao. Wewe huoni kwamba hii maisha yao ambayo ilipotea inafaa iwe na maana? Isiishe tu ya kwamba tuandike tu report ambayo ina benefit wachache.
Jex. Si maafa hayaanzi kwa maandamano ya juzi. Kama ni haki za wenye walikufa kwa kulipigania taifa, hata kuna wale ambao wamekufa individually, mtu mmoja baada mwingine, kwa sababu ya kauli zao na misimamo kuweza kuipinga ama kuweza kuwatoa kutu wananchi. So kwa suala zima la kwamba hatujajalia haki kwa sababu kuna wenye walikufa, hawaanzi leo. Kuna wale walikufa hata si kwa maandamano. For instance, kina Msandu, akina Tomboya, akina wengi ambao waliweza kufa katika hali ya kulipigania taifa. Lakini je, ni nani mwanasiasa either wa upinzani ama aliyo kwenye serikali aliweza kusimama kidedea na kuweza kuitafuta haki kama vile ya Msandu? So itamata kwamba hakuna cha kulaumu kwamba hatujatendewa haki. Sisi wananchi wenyewe ndio hatujajitendea haki, kwa sababu hatulikataa kuungana na tulikataa kuweza kutoka kusema huku tunakoelekea siko. So itamata sasa hivi wacha waelewane, wacha wamepokea hiyo ripoti. Sasa kila mwananchi apambane na hali yake. Ndivyo tutasoma somo jinsi ya kuweza kuchambua magugu na mbegu tuendako. Lakini wacha kwanza this time around kutukurambe, na mimi sioni wa kulaumu mpaka pale wananchi tutaweza kutoa ukabila katika taifa letu. Maana huo ndo mwanzo haswa wa mizozo, ndo mwanzo wa haya machafu yote tunayaona. Tumezoea mtu wetu akiwa pale basi tuko safe hata kama unalala njaa. So this time around si lawama Jex kwa viongozi, lawama ni kwa Wakenya, maana sie ndo tunaweza kulitengeneza taifa ama kuliboronga taifa. Nimeeleweka sio kama hapo?
Hapo umeleweka kakangu. But mimi sasa nataka kuwa na swali, kwa sababu unajua kama mwananchi lazima pia mimi ni kujibika sana, kwa sababu inchi kama Kenya ni ya sisi sote. Hakuna mtu ambayo tunaweza sema kwamba inchi ya Kenya ni yake, ya? Na kila mtu anataka mazuri, unaona? Na kama mkaazi na mtu pia wa inchi, siwezi ona mabaya inatendeka na ninyamaze niseme kuwa nisikalaumu viongozi. Na ninaona matendo ambao wanafanya si busara kwa wananchi. Nazungumza, lakini hata kama watakosa kunisikia, lakini itawekwa katika historia kwamba siku moja mimi nilizungumza haya na hawakusikia.
Kaka samahani, upande wangu mimi nitakurejesha pale pale kwamba watu wanaofaa kulaumiwa ni Wakenya wenyewe. Hili tusifikirie macho na kulizungumza kwamba sasa hivi ndio tunaona mabaya kwa sababu wale wamerudi pamoja, wamepokea sijui ripoti. What is our role as Kenyan citizens? Je, tuna umoja? Hilo ni swali na mimi ninawauliza. Na pia najiuliza kama msema, je, tuna umoja wa kweli? Na kama tuna umoja, kwani tunashindwa na kuweza kusema hata hiyo ripoti yenu hatujaridhika nayo, hatujatosheka nayo, na watu tukajitokeza? Kwani lazima wakati wa chaguzi tu peke yake ndio tutoke maandamano? Kwani hatuwezi toka maandamano na kujitetea? So watu hapa tunachezwa racket na wanasiasa ni kwa sababu ya wananchi wa Kenya mbumbumbu, na mbumbumbu huu umeletwa kwa sababu ya misingi ya kikabila. Lazima tulizungumze kweli. Tukitaka tufaulu, Kenya ni nchi nzuri. Kenya imebahatika. Kenya hata Afrika ama dunia naweza nikasema Kenya ni miongoni mwa mataifa yaliyo bora zaidi. Lakini if comes wananchi kuweza kujitokeza, hakuna. Maana wanaotufumba macho ni hawa wanaita siasa, unajiweka mahadui. Kesho na kesho kutwa tunapita kwa pamoja, tunashangaa sisi hatujatendewa haki, sisi kuna watu walikufa na hawajatangazwa, hawajafanywa haki. Yote 9 la 10, mwenye kumwozesha mnyama ni yule mwenye kutega mtego na hajaenda kule kuangalia, je, mtego wangu umeweza kukamata au la. So for real, ni sisi wananchi ndio wa kwanza tujilaumu before viongozi. Mimi naona mimi nitapita hapo zaidi, kwa sababu hamu yangu ni kuona kwamba kwanza tumeuzika ukabila. Uko tayari kuzungumza kweli hata kama ni mtu wa nyumbani, lakini kwa sababu anaenda visivyo, hakuna haja ya kuficha ugonjwa. Maana Jackson ndugu yangu hapa tumeficha ugonjwa, sasa hivi tunasemwa na kilio. Tuliweza kupanda mnazi kwa nyumba na sehemu tu ncha. So tusishangae hizi sarakasi za wanasiasa hazianzi leo na hazitakoma leo. Wao nakwambia vita vyao ni vya mchana usiku, wanakunywa pamoja. Hayo mambo tunaambiwa hadharani na tunapiga makofi. Oh! Sasa wacha kuturambe. Jamani.
Sasa brother, nikuulize wewe, unaliunga mkono swala hili la Raila Odinga kujitosa katika siasa za Kiafrika na awanie kiti cha AUC, kwa sababu akiendea hicho kiti anajitoa katika siasa za Kenya. Wewe kama msimamo, maoni yako ni yapi?
Yes, nataka aende kwa sababu kama tuna haja kweli, tulikuwa tuna implement na tunakubaliana na yeye kwa yale ambayo ameweza kuyapigania kwa miaka na mikaka. Wacha aende. Ukiona kimeharibika zaidi pale si mbali, na yeye mwenyewe pia kama kwa kauli yake kazungumza wazi wazi, ukinihitaji mkinipigia simu, hapa ni mahali tunaweza kuja. Unajua mimi wacha niwaambie kweli. Kitu kinachonishinda mimi ni kwamba tunatafuniwa ni kujua kumeza, pia kumeza tunashindwa. Likifikia wakati la AU, wengine wanafurahikia kwamba huyu jamaa sasa tumemweka kummaliza katika siasa ya Kenya. La hasha. Yule bwana kama tunamhitaji kwa yale ambayo tunajua ni mazuri kwake, ameweza kutupigania, wacha tikirambe kidogo kwa kiasi, tuone kwamba sivyo tutamuita, na kumuita kwake ni kumwambia njoo bwana, kiti yako ndio hii tumekupa. Haya maswala ya kwamba yeye anatupigania na bado sisi wenyewe tunamsema ni mzee wa kung'oa reli, yeye anafaa kwenda Bondo. This time around wacha aende huko. At least tuone ni nani kidume ataweza kusimama na Mkenya kama vile Raila ambavyo amesimama. So mimi naliunga mkono la kwenda kule ili sisi wa Kenya wenyewe haswa tupate funzo sana.
Bwana Jex.
Na ningependa pia wewe unijibu hilo swali brother Benson. Wewe unaunga mkono yeye aende AU because akienda AU anajitoa katika siasa za Kenya. As much as tunasema Ethiopia na Addis Ababa si mbali, lakini hata kuwa active jinsi tungependa awe, umuhimu wake kwenda na faida ama hasara kwetu Kenya itakuwa ipi?
Samahani kidogo, unajua nitatema hapa na bando, nataka nikujibu tu kwa haraka haraka kabla nitemwe hapa.
Okay, wewe jibu. Alright. Lakini
kwa haraka haraka tu
mwambie ndugu yangu subscribe kwa channel yangu pia.
Endelea msimamo.
Nifanya hivi kaka. Nataka niulize swali. Raila Odinga ni mwanadamu kama mwanadamu mwingine. Leo yenda AU tuanza kuwabaika kwamba atakuwa si active kwa sababu hata kuwa na siasa ya mashiko kama vile tumemzoea. Je, angechukuliwa na Mungu leo, tungesema siasa ya Kenya ndio imekwisha, ameenda nayo? Tungesema hatuwezi zisimamia kwa sababu ya Raila? Wacheni kuwa wanafiki, wananchi wa Kenya ni wazembe. Sisi tuache kabila na mambo mengine ndio atafuata. Unajua hakuna haja ya kufukuza nyani walio kwenye miti wakati wako kwenye mahindi hapa wako na tunawatazama tu. Asanteni kwa muda.
Asante ndugu yangu, ukipata nafasi enda kwa channel yangu uone viongozi wa Kenya wadogo ambao mimi nakuwa nao na mazungumzo.
Naja kwako pia msimamo, dakika tu moja, subiri tu hapo. Brother Benson, wewe maoni yako, kauli yako mbiu ni ipi? Unakubaliana na swala ya kwamba Raila Odinga aende AU?
Mimi nakubaliana na hayo 100% and I'm looking at it
faida na hasara itakuwa yapi?
No, faida yangu mimi naangalia katika tuseme kama eneo la Nyanza. Kwa muda mrefu, especially for so long, we've especially in the Luo nation, there's some leaders who have been elected in the pretext that we are going to help Raila to fight over up there, yeah? And they've not done development. So being in the Right Honorable Prime Minister court has always favored them, yeah? And they've played so much loyalty to the party rather than to the people that the electorate that they serve. So by Raila going to the AU, so the kind of politics that they're going to do is going to shift. Yeah, from people-oriented politics now, they will have now to work very hard, because that is something that is on the ground. Even if you go to some social medias that are speaking the Luo language, yeah, you'll get those comments. So that's how you learn what is on the ground. So many people are happy about that, and some people also are talking of heartbreaking, because like they say, like the issue of Raila presidency has really heartbroken us so many times. So we are going to be free. So if he goes there, he wins it, we are going to be happy. We are going to be happy whether he could be president or not. So that one will also then secondly, it will also give a time for now new leaders to fight for the for space, because these new leaders who are emerging, people like Babu Owino, they will tend to fight for people, to make sure that they fight for the people. Yeah. So that one will give the emergence of new leaders to come in and be strong, who will criticize the government fully. So the likes of Babu Owino will be in the political space. So I think by Baba going, it also gives opening space, field for many young politicians to start taking the mantle of Kenyan politics. That's something that I support 100%.
Msimamo faida Odinga kwenda AU itakuwa ipi kwa Wakenya?
Faida ni moja tu, kaka Jex. Mimi mtazamo wangu, hata ningekuwa hapa kama baba, ningemwambia nenda kusimamia hili peke yake. Yaani enda AU, usiende kwa lingine, simamia hili tu moja tu peke yake. Bara la Afrika tumeweza kuwa vibaraka vya watu weupe. Hilo si uongo, that is true. Tutake tusitake, tumekuwa vibaraka kwa sababu ni bora tufiche lazima ni bora tuifiche kweli, lakini tuhakikishe kwamba tumetengeneza lile ambalo tumeweza kuwa sponsor nalo na watu weupe. Na kikwazo kikubwa haswa hapa barani Afrika ni jinsi ya kuchagua viongozi. Wananchi wanasimama na hili, ushanielewa, na kiongozi huyu wanasimama, huyu ndio tumemtaka. Wengine katikati wanaingilia kati kuhakikisha wanaweka mtu ambaye ataweza kuwa favor eza kibiashara na mambo yao fulani. So tatizo ni chaguzi. So baba endapo pule, mimi nataka tu aweze kusafisha hili swala zima la chaguzi, not only in Kenya but in the whole Africa. Haya machafuko hayaanzi hapa Kenya kwamba labda baada ya uchaguzi ndio tuna machafuko. Tumezishuhudia nchi nyingi tofauti zenye kusimamia zenye machafuko baada ya uchaguzi, kwa sababu tume za kusimamia uchaguzi hazijasimamia kati ama kusimamia vyema kazi zao. So swala kubwa baba namuomba kalifanyie kazi ni swala zima la kumalizana na huu ukora kwenye chaguzi, ikiwemo Kenya yetu na mataifa mengine. Hilo tu ndo nataka katufanyie, na ndio faida na itegemea nione kwa baba kule.
Alright, na interesting. Na ningependa kuuliza hivi.
Mercy, I mute the mic.
Chani.
Yes. Now we are good.
Now, ningependa kuuliza hivi wadau. Ukiangalia faida na hasara ni kama zinaenda bamba kwa bamba. Hasara ya Raila Odinga kujiunga na AU itakuwa ni ipi?
Jex, kama kuna mtu anataka kuongea, mimi maoni yangu sioni hasara ambao Wakenya watapata, kwa sababu Raila amepigania Kenya for so long. Unaona, na kuna vitu ambazo ameleta. Saa hasara ambao tutapata, mimi sioni hasara kubwa sana. Yeah. Kwa sababu nilikuambia hapo mwanzo ni kwamba itafungua njia kwa mavijana ambao wanaweza tokezea kukua kipaumbele cha kuzungumzia wananchi. Yeah? That path has been created. And the way Msimamo said, if Raila alisema kama tu angekuwa ametoweka, Mungu amemchukua, swali tungekuwa tunauliza gani? Unaona? So everything happens with a purpose, and when he exits the national politics, there must be a recourse for it. And these young people I will be taking the recourse. So Kenya ina hasara, sisi tuta celebrate, hatuna hasara. Hata sisi venye tuko hapa tuta criticize hao, na that is a one way we are following in his footsteps. Unaona? Tukiona pali preza ameenda vibaya, tutakwambia hapa nayo umekosea mkuu, rekebisha. Tukiona kiongozi fulani anafanya hapa ufanyi vizuri, na hiyo ndio njia ambayo alishatufungulia, ama njia ambayo ilitufungulia na wale waliokuja mbele yetu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa. Sasa kuna swali ambayo ningetaka kuwauliza jamaa huyu kwa jina Gachagua. It seems as though he was in the dark with all this. He today spoke saying that, you know what, I didn't anticipate hii report go through, imesonga hivi vyote, sikutarajia itafika huku kwote, na imefika level ya kuwa submitted to the president na pia kwa former prime minister. Is Gachagua working with this government ama ashaanza kufanywa jinsi William Ruto alikuwa akifanyiwa? Vitu zinatokea tu, yeye anakutwa by surprise. Wacha tuanze nayo msimamo.
Unajua, wacha nikwambie kweli, kama tuna kumbukumbu, Gachagua pale position yake ni kwamba aliforce, tusidanganyane hapo. Wakati kabla hata huu uchaguzi wetu, wakati wakichagua na nani atakuwa deputy wa bwana Ruto, yeye pia aliingia kibavumbavu, ushanielewa? Lakini tayari walikuwa yes. So kumbuka hilo nalo, kwa sababu umedimanda na tumeona utaanza kutusumbua katika hii safari katikati hapa, na tunaelekea na mipango yetu kwamba iwe mizuri na tuone kama tunaweza faulu, wacha tumpe. So kwa kweli kama hakuwa amejisoma na kujirudi haswa baada amepata hii position, hangekuwa na maneno ambayo hayana chungio katika mdomo wake, na hilo ndilo kosa moja wapo tukiunganisha na ile kwamba aliingia hapo kimbavumbavu. Unaona kwamba kama hamtanipa hii position basi na mimi labda vitu kama hivyo, kama unanielewa Jex, eh? So for real, yeye kutokana sasa amepata hiyo mamlaka, badala ya kwamba arudi sasa na kuweka sura kiongozi, yeye bado yuko na ndoto za udio, kile ambacho anakitamka mpaka sometimes tunajiuliza how can a leader asimamie hili. Mwisho lenye pia limemponza zaidi sasa hivi kujiona yuko njia panda, yeye ni mtu wa sehemu moja tu, yaani amefocus na mlima na yeye ushanielewa. Unakuta katika kauli zake kama ataweza kulitaja taifa zima basi ni kwa maneno mawili, lakini maneno 100 atakoyazungumza hapo yote atasimamia mlima. So unajiuliza kwani huyu ni kiongozi wa mlima ama ni deputy wa Kenya nzima? So ni baadhi ya maswali kwa anajiuliza kwake. So kuliona hili hainishangazi, maana yeye mwenyewe tayari hakuwa kwenye damu haswa. So na amejizidishia na matondi wake na haya matamshi na mipango yake ambayo huenda yakaweza kumlemaza huyu bwana, kwa sababu tayari huyu Ruto anaona mbali zaidi na amejua sasa ni isipo geuza kidogo na kulegeza misimamo yangu huenda nikaharibikiwa zaidi, na upande ambao sina tegemezi. The only way ni kuweza kurudi upande huu ambako napingana na mwenzangu, ndio nione kama pengine naweza wananchi wakaweza kujenga imani ambayo ilikuwa ishaanza kupotea kwa wananchi, ushanielewa? So vitu kama hivyo. So Gachagua mimi nilijua kwamba hata iweje 207 na tungeona mabadiliko mengine mapya na hapunge shangaa. Umenielewa Jex?
Okay. Brother Benson, is Gachagua really in this mako tu kwa giza?
I might say maybe and maybe not, because you know, history usually repeats itself. It's the same way Ruto was not aware when the two brothers were meeting and doing the handshake. And this one tells you how the office of the deputy president is. Yeah, if it could happen the same way it happened to the current president William Ruto when he was the deputy, then as the lawmakers they should look on how the office of the president should be treated. Yeah, it should be given like, because like the function of deputy president, I think like the president should is like the president should give the deputy some functions, right? Yeah, so I think like it should be. And another thing, maybe if the president did not want to involve the deputy, based on what Ms. Mama has said, the deputy president has always been the Mount Kenya guy, talking about Mount Kenya. And another thing, how also he has been very vocal when it comes to the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga, not forgetting that the position that is occupied is a national position. Yeah, and something that he should know, that he's in terms of political ranking in the country right now.
Yes.
We have the president, then we have the deputy president. Now we call the opposition leader. That's where we call Raila. Even when it comes to protocol, where both of them, where all the leaders of the republic would be sitting together, the president will, then the deputy, then the prime minister, or the Raila, honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga will be. So in terms of ranking, he should know like he's the second most high political leader in the country. So he should always, or you ought to have always thought speaking countrywide, not as a region. That is one. Then secondly, the way he talks is not welcoming, is not welcoming to the country, because even though he says he's a truthful man, but sometimes his truth is not welcoming to the country, and maybe that one might also cost him a lot. But we'll see how the things will unfold. And if anything to go by that he was not aware, then it is a time that actually we should sit down and look at the office of the deputy president, how it should be, because that is going to be a president, and each and every deputy president that comes in the office with any other administrative new government or administration will always face that to be sublimed or to be kept in the dark, especially when some deals are being made. So that is something that should be looked into.
Bwana Msimamo, kauli ya shareholders ni kama mkubwa wa shareholders ametemwa ama vipi?
Bwana Mitego, siyo kama imekuwaje mitego ile aliyoiweka, akasema yeye yuko kwa kila kona na ameweka mitego kila upande kwamba hawa mabwana hawataweza kukutana, na kama watakutana atakuwa shapata taarifa. Na pia hii ni ya shareholders. Vitu kama hivyo ndivyo vilivyomchangia kuonekana na uchache wa hadhi katika ahadi yake ile. So that's why unajua unaweza kana mtu haswa unaye karibu na kuanza kumtilia shaka katika nyendo zake, kwa sababu huenda akakuharibia mapema. So alafu istoshe pia langu la kuongezea hapo Jex, tukumbuke kwamba hii regime iliingia na mtindo wa kuweza kurevenge. Usisahau kile ambacho umeona umekifanya wakati ule ukakipinga, yeye atakitengeneza. For instance, naweza nikachukua mfano bora tu Dulio Hai, wale majaji 6 waliokataliwa kipindi kile, immediately walipokuwa sworn in wakaletwa. So huenda pengine napo ni mipango ile ile ya kuweza kurevenge. Tuangalie, wewe mwaga mboga, mimi na mwaga ugali, alafu wote tulale njaa, tuone itakuwaje. So mimi naona ni kama kuna revenge fulani ambacho kipo, kwamba madamu nilifanywa hivi na mimi ngoja nione itakuwaje, na sijui itakuwaje kwa watu wa mlima.
Okay. Kuna swala ambalo saa zingine linashangaza watu wengi, ya kwamba alisema ameweka mitego, alisema ya kwamba atahakikisha atafanya juu chini ya kwamba Raila Odinga hawatakutana na William Ruto, lakini William Ruto anaenda Uganda, wanakutana kule Uganda. Sababu za yeye kutoka nchi ya Kenya kwenda kukutana na Raila Odinga nje ya nchi, ama kukutana katika hali ambayo ni ya kisiri sana, yaweza kuwa ni nini?
Unataka nijibu ama ndugu yangu ajibu?
Wacha tuanze na nani? Tuanze na Msimamo alafu wewe.
Sawa, kwa haraka haraka mimi yangu wasi marefu wani mafupi tu ili lipishe mada. Wacha nikwambie hivi. Dalili ya mvua siku zote huwa Jex ni mawingu. Sawa sawa. So kwa kukutana hawa kulishangaza both sides, upande wa Azimio na upande, kwa sababu ilikuwa ni jambo la kushangaza. Lakini kwa mtu kama mimi ambaye nimekuwa hapa kidogo kwa siasa kwa muda, na hususan mpenzi hasa wa baba ambaye ninamfuatilia kwa sababu zangu, kwa nini namfuatilia baba na nitamfuatilia hata akiwa wapi, ushanielewa, na sitachoka kumfuatilia na nitaamini kila anakifanya. Sababu hii dalili inajionyesha wazi kwamba kuna mapungufu upande wake, na ndio maana aliona kwamba huyu bwana nikimfuatafuata, kama nitajaribu kumwegemea kwa yale makali yake na misimamo yake mikali, huenda mimi baadaye nikaharibikiwa. Umenielewa? Jex, tulikuwa hapa wakati wa maandamano yakifanyika kesho utaweza kumwona bwana Ruto hayupo, ameachiwa msalaba. Unajua, ukicheza na mtu ambaye hataki aswa nyayo zake zionekane, mpaka uwe mjanja na akili, si mtu kama Gachagua. So for real, mimi nilijua hili litafikia wakati wake tu, na limefikia wakati wake, kwamba huyu bwana nguvu zake zinaenda, makali yake yanaenda yakiisha taratibu taratibu taratibu, na mwisho wa siku atajipata tu apeupe. Sasa tuangalie hii mitego alikuwa anakashifu, hizi lugha alikuwa anazikashifu na kuzungumza yote, unaona, yani kuna mtukana mamba kabla ya kuvuka mto, tuone itakuwaje. But halini surprise, kwa sababu upande wangu linanijenga, kwa sababu hakuwa upande wangu haswa. Hata alivyochagua kuwa makamu, despite kwamba nilikuwa mrembo mwingine, lakini pia nilikuwa na maswali juu yake, kwa sababu mtu husoma na matendo yake na historia yake, umenielewa? So wacha tuone what next, lakini hili halinishikuzi, kwa sababu siasa ya Kenya usipomuinvolve baba unaharibikiwa, na amejaribu kadri ya uwezo wake haswa bwana Ruto, lakini mwisho wa siku lazima tutamwegemea humze. Humze ni kigogo, humze anapendwa, humze hachuji, na kwa kweli ukijaribu kusema cha mteme, basi ushaharibikiwa. Na that's why ameona kwamba raketi yangu tunavyokwenda, kama sitajongea huku na pia humze kumsukuma kwenda kule, ili akienda kule nitabaki sasa na hawa wengine ambao hawaniwezi kisiasa, kimtazamo wangu itakuwa bora. Na ili hili lifanikiwe, huyu jamaa ambaye hawezi akaficha jambo, ambaye anajiweka anazungumza uhuru na ni mwepesi kutamka maneno kwa haraka zaidi, wacha nini mtafutie tiba. So wacha tusubiri tiba na tuone what next. Ajex, mimi nitasimamia hapo kaka yangu.
Bwana Benson, kuna hii swali ambayo wewe inashangaza, kwa sababu inanifanya nijiulize maswali mengi. Jana tu, zamani jana tu, ambapo ilikuwa siku ya kinadada nchini, kulikuwa na kongamano la magavana, ambapo walisema ya kwamba labda imefika wakati tuwe na female deputy president. Na rais akakuwa mpesi wa kusema ya kwamba wamekuwa wakizungumza na Rigiji ya kwamba maybe pia wao wanafaa wa consider kuwa na running mate ambaye ni mwanadada. Ni njia tu ya rais ya kumtema Gachagua kwa upole, ama ni vipi?
Unajua siasa ni politics is quite much very interesting. What define what you say depends at what is happening at the moment. And maybe what they wanted to say that because like it was conference for women, so that was a very good say, or that particular for that particular meeting. And if that is true, you know, look at even the gender rule that has always been there. All the leaders that were there, including those our lovely mothers and sisters and wives that were there, they've been in parliament, but they've not been able to pass that rule. Remember, even when Uhuru Kenyatta was in power, Maraga said that the parliament should be dissolved because they did not obey the law. Yeah. So I think that that was, I don't think he meant it, but like it was a way to be very relevant to that particular meeting, yeah, to entice the people that are there. Secondly, when you look at what Gachagua was saying about put all the securities in all corners whereby the Right Honorable Prime Minister cannot be there. Maybe he was saying that to please Mr. Ruto, I'm at his mercies to prove Mr. Ruto how loyal I'm loyal to you. Yeah. But one thing he forgot was Ruto and Raila. These are people who have been working together. They know each other well. It's not the first time. Even their meeting together is not the first time. I can remember in one of the funerals, I don't know where in Mount Kenya, where Raila said, "Huyu Ruto mimi namjua, wacha bweke tu. Unajua, atapoa." Unaona? So these are people who they know each other well. They know their strength and they know their weaknesses. and they know when to choose their battles. Yeah. And even Ruto knows the strength of the Baba, especially when it comes to politics. And Baba know also the strength of Ruto when it comes to politics. Yeah. So maybe Gachagua was not aware, or he did not have history of that Baba and Ruto and how they can play. So I don't think in any way that Ruto might not want Gachagua to be the vice president, but what also will determine the vice presidency of 2027, it is always about alignment, because we've known that Kenyans, after every 5 years, the outfit will always change. Yeah. And that one is what is going to define the who is going to be the deputy president, because most of the coalition that are being formed, they're not formed because of a particular ideology to be achieved, but they are formed based on the circumstances. What circumstance are we going through right now?
Okay.
That's what
Now,
informed.
there's this question that I feel I should ask. Mercy, are you there? Mercy.
Ni kama bado hajakuwa tayari.
All right. Now, there's this question I think I should ask. With this move from Raila Odinga, does it encourage or discourage his supporters?
You know, there's something that you need to understand about Baba. You know, Baba is one person that is a politician. I would say that he's special in a way that so many politicians do not have somebody like that, because Baba has what we call the loyal supporters, the fan base. The loyal supporter, Baba is always right, and you cannot take away that from him. So every move that Baba makes, his supporters will always agree with it. And this was we saw this especially when Baba shook hands with the former president Uhuru Kenyatta. Within a short period of time, everything changed, and Uhuru Kenyatta was loved with equal measures as compared to prior, before they shook hands. Yeah, I think you can go to social media. There was another guy who say, "Ata huyu president asikuje hapa Kisumu." You saw the feeling, but when they shook hands, you could see every time the former president visited Nyanza, you could see the reception. Yeah, and he loved it. Yeah, so Baba has fanatical supporters, fans, wale kwa Kiswahili tunasema kindakindaki. Wale kindakindaki ambao lani Baba akisema tunaenda hivi, wataenda, na wako wengi, si wachache. So if anything to go by, if Baba says the president is the person is good president, it will change. And if it will take few people to adjust, but at the long run, they will adjust. And what also will happen is that, like, the president will start to make few trips in the Luo nation. Ako ndani, hakuna tena shida hapo. Hakuna mtu atapinga.
All right. Now let's come back to this conversation that we are about to look at. There are new appointments that have happened. The president seems to have chosen some people whom how do I put it? Mwingine retire last week, but by leo ashapewa job. Let's listen into that, and then I'll be coming back with more conversation about that and more. Let's listen into this.
Chief administrative secretaries have been appointed envoys. President William Ruto made fresh changes to the Foreign Service docket that includes 10 female nominees, and also nominated a former Communications Authority of Kenya Director General Ezra Chiloba, a Law Society of Kenya presidential candidate in the recent concluded elections, Caroline Kamende Daudi. Seth Olale with more details on who else made it to the list that includes ambassadors, high commissioners, and permanent representatives in Kenya's embassies, high commissions, and missions abroad.
Former Communications Authority of Kenya Director General Ezra Chiloba has yet again made a comeback to public service. The former IEBC CEO has been nominated by President William Ruto to be Kenya's new Consul General. Law Society of Kenya Vice President Caroline Kamende Daudi, who lost in last week's LSK presidential race to Faith Odhiambo, has been nominated to serve as Kenya's High Commission to Canada.
Leo asubuhi nimewapatia kina mama 10 kuwa mabalozi wetu katika nchi mbalimbali ya dunia, na vile vile kuwapatia kina mama wengine 6 deputy ambassadors, kama pia heshima ya siku hii ya International Women's Day.
A total of 6 chief administrative secretaries whose appointments were revoked by the court have landed ambassadorial roles. They include former Kisii Deputy Governor Joash Maangi, who has been nominated Kenya's High Commissioner to Uganda. Previously, in the president's failed attempt, Maangi had been appointed CAS in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Former West Mugirango MP Vincent Kemosi has been nominated as Kenya's ambassador to Accra, Ghana. Kemosi had been appointed CAS in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Former Kisumu Senator Fred Outa has been nominated to be Kenya's ambassador to Cairo, Egypt. Previously, Outa was appointed CAS in the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. Former Baringo Speaker David Kiplagat Kerich has been nominated as Kenya's ambassador to Washington, USA. Kerich was initially appointed CAS to the Ministry of Mining, Maritime Affairs and Blue Economy. Other nominees include former Senator Christopher Langat, who has been handed an ambassadorial role in Abidjan, Ivory Coast. Previously, Langat served as a board member of the Commission for University Education. Former Mandela Senator Aden Mohamud Mohamed has been nominated as Kenya's consular to Saudi Arabia. The nominees will undergo parliamentary vetting before formal appointment and posting to their new workstations. According to the press release on presidential nominations and appointments to the Foreign Service, signed by Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service Felix Koskei, the names of nominees have already been submitted to the National Assembly for consideration. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
Interesting. One of the things that is so interesting is the names that appear therein. Akina Joash Mangi makes a comeback. Akina Fred Outa are coming back. These have in one time been in ODM, in one time been in UDA. What do you make of the appointments?
Actually, the one that's
why now?
Let me tell you, the one that's really surprised me is Ezra Chiloba. Look at that. Look at the Ezra Chiloba. What post was Ezra Chiloba holding? Communication. Yep, it was in the communication, and that communication commission, that is a very, very, very vital post, especially when it comes to Kenya and election. So mark on that. And this begs the question of integrity. the integrity of the leaders that are being appointed. I would applaud the president for making a very big list of women, being it was celebrating the Women Day. Yeah, he has done well. But if you look at the people who are appointed, these are people who have been in the public service for the longest time. Does it mean that Kenyans, we don't have young people? Because I know these are political appointments. Yeah, these are the president have been given the role to appoint those people that he wants to run the administration with, because these are no, president has to appoint. But there's so many Kenyans, there are so many Kenyans who can do better job. Joash Mangi has been the deputy governor for so long. Why can't you try some other Kenyans and exploit the young talents that we have and prove? Some other countries are giving young people jobs, yet Kenyans, what we are talking about Kenyans, we are talking about making them work at the house sites. Those are the employment we are talking about. Yeah. If the president indeed was kind enough, yeah, she could have given some of young ladies who have never been in employment. Yeah, like the vice president of LSK just lost election. She has been holding that post for the longest time. She has been working. Why can't we try fresh minds? Let us expose, make our young people go to other countries, be like ambassador. Some of these old men, when you go to the ambassador or consuls of Kenya, they're not going to do much because they're coming with that, ile kasumba wako nayo ya ukubwa. Utasikia wameenda huko Mkenya huko analalamika the services are not being done, but ukiweka Mkenya mwingine hapo mdogo mwenye anaelewa, anajua huyu ni kijana mwenye amekuja kutafuta vitu, zitaenda chap chap. Sasa bado unatuletea wazee wanaenda kukaa huko, mazee jo, hapo naye hujafanya poa. But
now I see Mr. G and Mercy are in. Sorry, with them we'll equal go back kidogo, but there's something I wanted to ask you, Brother Benson. At what point does it happen that now the president is choosing people who would say walikuwa wajamaa wa ODM, walihama tu juzi, sasa wanapewa role? What is the president, what is the end game hapa ni gani?
The end game, you have to look at, this is politics, and politics, you have to be very strategic on what you're doing. You just don't do appointments. Yeah, you do appointments with knowing very well there's something that you are going to get in return. Especially if you look in Kisumu, at least Fred Outa has been appointed. And you look at Kisumu, we know that the area of Luo Nation, ODM is the party. So, and it has always been a belief, if somebody from our region has been appointed, we are in government. Yeah, so by maybe appointing Fred Outa, that means like now we feel like the Luo Nation is in the government. When you go to Joash Mangi from Kisii, is in the government. And like if you look at these people too, during their political years, they were kind of like very influential. They kind of had a say during those days. So maybe presidents still have the feeling that maybe these people, they still have this command following that is still with them. So when the time for campaigning comes, those will be the pointing factors. I pointed one of your son to do this, so it is your time also to at least do me a favor. If you do that, I will even pick 3. So politically, yes, it's a very a good strategic move for a particular area, balancing the region. At least you can get 2 or 3 votes. When you go there, you will have something to point that I did this for this community.
You have raised something that will make me ask a question, but allow me kwanza nikaribishe Mr. G ambaye ndo amejilaunch. Karibu sana. Bwana G, vipi? Hi, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you? Happy to see you guys.
Mr. G, habari gani?
Mzuri bana, habari yako?
Mzuri. Wewe umenipotelea sana baba.
No, niko kila siku. Tu shughuli imenipata saa hii. Nikajipata niko offline mpaka saa hii ndo najipata niko online.
Wewe unafaa unisupport sana wewe. Wewe unajua ni rafiki wewe.
Na kusupport kila siku boss.
All right. Mr.
Okay,
G, leo report ya NADCO ndio hiyo imefikishwa. And Raila Odinga amekabidhiwa, amesema iko sawa. Ni mwanzo mzuri, amesema hivyo. It's a step forward, but it's not the complete step. William Ruto ameipa kongole pia. From where you sit, what do you make of this? Really, was this what many went for maandamano for? Was this why people lost their lives for? And with this report, was it even worth it to start with?
You know, Mr. Jakes, Kwanza, the first question that I'm still asking myself, I saw them, they were so happy. Nikona kina Ichungua, wakisema siji, we are learning siji some lesson. So I wondered, which kind of lesson have they learned if at all watu wetu walikufa kwa sababu ya hii kitu? Watu wetu waliumia. Baba alikuwa karibu kuuliwa kwa hii issue. Sahi they're behaving is as if tayari washapata solution. Sasa sielewi ni solution gani ambayo washapata tayari. Because the way they were talking is as if sasa tushapata peace, tushapata that ani is as if tayari tushajua solution, and tushajua what really happened kwa election ya 2022. And yet mpaka sasa mimi hata sielewi what happened kwa hiyo election, and yet watu pia walikufa. So to me, I'm still asking myself, kwani kwenda kwa uwanja, kwenda kwa streets kuandamana, what was it for? Sijaona results yake. Watu wanasherehekea kitu ambao hata sielewi ni kitu gani. And in the radical report, kumbuka, this is whereby they are talking kwa hii mambo ya election kwa mambo ya IBC. In fact, they are talking about increasing. Si walikuwa sijini watu 6, walikuwa ni watu 6 I think. Yeah, wana increase mpaka 9. Sasa waki increase mpaka 9, is that real solution? Ruto akiamua akanunua wote, nini itakuwa imesaidia? I don't see any solution in this thing. So I'm still asking myself, ni kitu gani walikuwa wanasherehekea kwa TV? Bado sijaelewa kabisa walikuwa wanasherehekea nini. Kama ni peace, hakuna peace. Watu wetu walikufa, watu wetu walizikwa, they have not been compensated. Watu wanaanza kusherehekea NADCO report. Sioni maana hiyo kitu.
NADCO report ilipokuwa ilianza kwanza na utata fulani. Ilikuwa ya kwamba kwanza ilikuwa ni dialogue ambayo iliundwa na kina Otiende Amolo. Hiyo ilipofail ndio Kalonzo akaingia ndani. So kwanza role ya Kalonzo unaona kama imesaidia, has it made him, imemjenga kisiasa? Hii report inasaidia nani for starters? Who has benefited from this report even before it's implemented? Who is the winner, the loser? Of course, those who died are the losers equally. But what's the significance of this report actually?
The losers are we people ambao tulienda kwa street. We are the losers kwa sababu nimeona hata Kalonzo mwenyewe alikuwa anaongea akisema sasa sahi ukikutana na baba atakuita president. Yaani baba atakurecognize. Baba is recognizing somebody ambaye baada hawaja solve ile issue ambayo alikuwa nayo kwa election That's what hizo vitu ambavyo namsikiza akisema Kalonzo mwenyewe kwa anasema sasa ukikutana na ndugu yako sasa he will call you excellency the president. Sasa sawa atakuita excellency the president kesho. Mumeongea nini? Mmekubaliana nini? Have you solved the problem ambayo ilituingiza kwa street last time? Hakuna kitu ambacho tumesolve ikatuingiza kwa streets. Maybe if there's something that they knew, Alex Wana tuambia kuwa jamaa sometimes in politics some of us tunaweza back spectators wale pengine washaona mbele kutuliko. Maybe we are still in darkness and they have seen something that we don't know. Sijui, wacha tungoje tuone, but to me ikifika mahali pa watu ambao succeed kwa hiyo NADCO report is either maybe the elite au wakubwa ndio wamesucceed, lakini we people ambao ni common mwananchi hakuna any benefit, hakuna mali yote tumesaidika, tumebaki pale kwa NADCO report. Kumbuka hapo normally wanaenda kuongeza kiti ya deputy ya opposition leader in the same place. Hapo wanaenda kuongeza viti viwili za opposition leader ya deputy opposition leader, viti mbili ziko pale. So ni hao tu jamani wanasaidika, sisi wananchi wa chini tunabaki pale.
Na ukiangalia the NADCO report vile ambayo imejitokeza in two aspects. One of the aspect ambayo imejitokeza ni kwamba uzuri wake hautaguza mwananchi, itaguza tu wakubwa. Mwananchi ndiye aliyejitokeza kwa street, yeye ndiye alikula tear gas, yeye ndiye aliyerushiwa mawe, ndiye alipoteza maisha yake, ndio mali yake iliumia, ilipotea. Hii NADCO report in 2027 itazuia vitu kama hizi ukiangalia from where you sit.
Ita solve nothing. Ina solve zero. Ikija upande wa IBC, it is solving zero. Hakuna kitu ambacho ina solve. Wanasema kwa nini inakuja kusaidia, sijui hata election itakuwa transparent, sijui itakuwa sawa. There's nothing to solving. I don't see anything. Ani kuongeza watu from 6 to 9 itasaidia nini? Hiyo inasaidia mtu kuiba kweli? Sioni ikisaidia mtu kuiba. Kama ni kuiba mtu ataiba tu, haitazuia mtu yote kuiba.
Wewe uone kama kuwa na prime minister itasaidia mahali.
Prime minister itasaidia nini?
Hauoni kiti cha prime minister?
There's nothing. In fact, kwanza angalia at the moment mzigo imelemea punda. Unajua kitambo tulikuwa tunaambia kuwa punda amelemewa na mzigo. Sasa tunaambiwa punda maanguka na mzigo maanguka kabisa kwa sababu ya how taxes and how people are being taxed. Mwananchi wa chini hata kajabu biashara haifanyiki kwa sababu ya mzigo ambao amepewa. Sasa sasa hii tukue na prime minister, tuwe na deputy president, tuwe na opposition leader, tuwe na 2 deputy president and 2 deputy leaders, opposition leaders, and other seats pia zitakuwa created hapo, si hao wawili pekee yao ama watatu, other seats zitakuwa created pale, still niongeza mzigo kwetu. So hakuna mahali solution, hakuna mahali hii shida imekuwa solved. In fact imeongeza mzigo mwingi kwa yule punda ambaye amekufa. Sasa pengine hata tutasema punda amekufa akafinywa akiwa amekufa bado.
Bwana karibu nikuite Alex, ninaona akinitafuta mahali hapa. Nikuulize Mr. G swali hili because tumeongea na Bwana Benson kwa muda sasa, lakini naja kwake tu saa hizi na swali lingine. Ilikuwa ni kwamba tunataka server kufunguliwa. Ukisikiza NADCO report hawaongelelei server, in fact ni process, wataangalia waone jinsi itakavyorekebishwa ili kuimprove siku za baadaye. So inamaanisha kwamba tunakubaliana na aliyeshinda, inamaanisha kwamba uchaguzi ulikuwa huru na haki na ni ukweli tulichokuwa tukifanya Supreme Court ilikuwa ni hot air, because if now kama Kalonzo anasema kuanzia sasa tutakutambua kama rais kwa sababu ya hii ripoti, ni kusema kwamba pia tunakubaliana na matokeo ya uchaguzi.
Washakubaliana nayo tayari. Sisi hatujakubaliana nao, but wao tayari washakubaliana. If at all wanaanza kumuita, walikuwa wanasema hawamtambui. Sasa hivi wanasema sasa tutaanza tutakuita president, excellency. Na hata kitu yenyewe bado haijakuwa discussed ikieleweka kuwa ukweli kitu inaenda kusaidia mwananchi wa chini. Hii kitu nimeonyesha. Ujue if at all tungepata ingeweza kufunua, tukaona zile shida ambazo tulikuwa nazo before 2022 na tukaona when election ilikuwa conducted na tukaona kweli hii kitu when tumongelea inaenda kurekebisha hiyo area, tungekubali tukasema sawa. Na kukubali kabisa pia ingekuwa server yenyewe imefunguliwa. But hiyo server kufunguliwa kwanza the government ilikataa. Wakatuambia server imefunguliwa na ilikuwa ni portal. The portal is the only thing ambayo ilifunguliwa. Hao jamaa wakatuambia hakuna server itafunguliwa, kitu ambayo ilifunguliwa ni server ishafunguliwa ambayo hiyo portal ilikuwa imefunguliwa ambayo ilikuwa public kwa watu. So to me, because issue ya hiyo server haijaongelewa, there's nothing ambayo nimeona inakuja kutusaidia kutoka mahali tuko ama kutoka kwa ile station ambayo tulikuwa, kwa sababu kwa sasa bado tunaona tu bado si tunajipata pale mahali tulikuwa. Tuache kujidanganya. There's nothing we are benefiting as wananchi wa Kenya. Na hii mambo kusema sijui ati kuita huyu mtu president ama nini, delikogo na simu mapema sana. Kwa sababu aliona hawezi kumtoa. Azimio had no plan kutoa huyu mtu. Sasa hakuna kitu hawezi endelea kujidanganya wanaweza kumtoa, hawezi kumtoa. Sasa ni wakubali tu. Wakae, lakini sasa shida they have not solved what led us to where we were mpaka watoto wakakufa. Hawajaongelea hiyo kitu. Sasa hiyo tumebaki losers. Yeah, it was a hot air ukweli, nitakubaliana na wewe.
Ukiangalia ni kana kwamba tayari kuna mvutano katika Azimio, lakini wamekataa kuikubali. Wanasema mambo yako shwari, lakini ama ni sisi wanatuchezea, kwa sababu Karua alisema hakubaliani na hii ripoti. Eugene Wamalwa tumemsikiza akisema kwamba hii ripoti na yeye wamejitenga vibaya sana. Wewe unapoketi, unaona kama Azimio iko ange ama wameachana?
Azimio haiko sawa. Why? Listen to what Nani spoke. Kalonzo Musyoka walikuwa pale na Kioni. Anajua kabisa Kioni hatambui kitu. Kioni hakukubaliana na hiyo NADCO report. Yeye anasimama anasema in our midst kwa miungano yetu kuna wengine hawakutaka hii kwa sababu hawataki peace in our country. That is what Na nani aliongea mbele ya Ruto na mbele ya kina Kioni kwa pale, and yet anajua kina Kioni and the group hawataki kitu. So kulikuwa na pia some betrayal, kama kujionyesha, hata sijui natumia jina gani, hakuna, situmie jina kujionyesha, but it was I think of kind of a confusion ambayo ilikuwa pale, because kama wewe with your team unaona mmoja kubaliana na kitu, alafu nakuja unasimama mbele ya huyo president, alafu unaanza kusema kuwa in our midst, mnajua kwa coalition zetu pia kuna watu wengine wako kubaliana nao kwa sababu hawataki peace kwa country yetu. What are you talking about this? And yet you are the same team. Nyinyi kama Azimio mko one team, mlikuwa na one cause. Sasa hiyo unasimama bado hamja solve the problem ambao mlikuwa nayo, unaanza kupiga watu wako kwa timu yako. So this is just confusion. Hata Kalonzo, watu wanasema Kalonzo achukue Azimio aongoze. Sasa huyu akichukua kwa Azimio, si ameingiza kwa UDA yote, wanaenda kwa UDA wote. Hakuna opposition tutakuwa nayo na Kalonzo.
Sasa hii assignment Kalonzo aliyopewa ya kuleta hii NADCO, nimekuuliza vizuri, je, imemjenga ama haijakuwa faida kwake?
Haijamjenga, ile imemfunua, you know, and something just created to expose you. So hiki kitu expose Kalonzo. Kalonzo ameonekana kuwa is a weak leader. Ameonekana ni mtu ambaye hata hajali watu wake. You know, how can you stand mbele ya watu wako na some of them wako pale, alafu unaongea kitu kama hiyo watu ambao hawataki peace kwa country. So hii NADCO report imetupatia which kind of peace? Ama peace ni kwa sababu hatuko kwa street. Now we have peace because hatuko kwa street. So I see ni kama imemexpose. Odo pia kuna makazi watapewa, you know, sahi sasa kwa sababu ya that friendship, mambo ya AU and some few things ambazo zinaanza kuonekana sahi, hiyo mambo ya ambassadors and what, ngoja uone vile watu wanaanza kupewa. And I told you that kwa sababu ya friendship hiyo tuanza kuona watu Azimio pia kaanza kupewa kazi, na hapo ndo sasa wananyamazishwa kabisa, ibaki sasa kufinywa. Sasa ni Wakenya kufinywa proper.
All right. Now, let me come to you, Bwana Benson. Ukiangalia Martha Karua hajakuwa kwa mkutano wa leo. Amekosa mikutano kadha wa kadha. Mawazo yako, unaona kama Karua mwisho wa siku atajitenga kabisa, na usisahau mwezi ujao Aprili ameandaa kongamano la Limuru 3 thereabout. Is that where it will all come to a close?
Najua Jex, Martha Karua, unajua ukitaka kuelewa vizuri, kuna neno moja kwa Kiswahili tunasema tumeridhia. Kuridhia ni kwamba tumekubali. Lakini kwa Mheshimiwa Martha Karua, hata ukiona mahojiano alikuwa nayo kwa radio, kwa televisheni ya Citizen na some karaoke, or who is his name, about the same thing. She was speaking the same. Actually, if you go back, the same day, the same time, they were hosted. Raila was the Right Honorable Prime Minister was hosted, and then Martha Karua too was hosted. Yeah. If you look at even the views that Martha Karua got and the Right Honorable Prime Minister got in the interview and the comments, you will see the majority of people were supporting Martha's line of thought. Yeah, because she was trying to raise some legitimate question, and which some of them is I would say, like, what NADCO report has done, it has not cured anything, but they have suppressed the peace. Yeah. Unajua kama moto inawaka, unakuja unafunika, there's a way unaweza funika na hizi fireproof. Sasa moto itakuwa inawaka chini, lakini bado inawaka, lakini umeifunika, lakini huku juu watu watakuwa naona kwamba moto haiwaki. But kuna siku itakuja kutokea kwa sababu haujatoa solution. Yeah? The NADCO report has not given us the solution. And one of the things that NADCO report has promoted, it has promoted what we call unfaithful among the political parties or coalition. Unfaithfulness. It has not cured that. How can you put into law that after signing something on a coalition, now you need not to move out of that coalition. Yeah, the law is very clear. If you are in a particular party and you feel like now the ideology and vision of this party is not bearable to me, I can no longer serve in this party, the law requires you to step down. Why then would you bring something again to say like you have to be very faithful? That is double standard, you know. That is one. Yeah, you are coming on the issues of positions. You know how our country is in terms of debt that we are in, and the state of the nation right now and the people. Actually, when we talk about state of the nation, we are talking of state of the people of that particular country, because people are the nation. What is the life of people in that particular nation? We are in a country where some families are still going hungry, cannot afford food. We are in a situation whereby school fee, still we cannot pay. Some of students cannot go to school because their parents cannot. But we are still creating these positions that will get too much tax to be paid, yet we don't look at the future of the generation that is coming. So by Martha and Eugene Wamalwa taking that stand, it's okay. Because just imagine if people are, during the NADCO report, how many Kenyans were feeling the burden of pain? They do not have money. But how much money did they get for sitting allowance? Very unsincere. And they are coming to tell us we did not agree on the cost of living. How can you agree on cost of living, yet the money that they are paying you is enough to give? You don't feel that effect? Because you, at the end of the day, millions and millions of shillings as coming to come out of your sitting allowance. Yeah, I agree with them. They could not agree because they don't feel that pain. Yeah, it is not of greater importance. But when it comes to creating positions, they agree. Yeah, so that's some of the things that we should interrogate as the electorate, you know, and say what benefit will it bring? I told you earlier when we started the show that in 2027 another dialogue committee will come. It will not talk about what we see opening of the server, but maybe it will talk how many lines should we create when we are voting? Because last time we had one, now we needed to have 3, so that we are not crowded and somebody's. And how can we make it a national dialogue? So we come at peace. Yeah, because what makes us fight? Do Kenyans just decide to fight? Look at, if you want to see a good side of Kenya, I want to give you a typical example. Remember the Garissa attack, terrorist attack? What happened? How Kenyans come to Dusit, even come to the mall where there was this attack. You saw how Westgate, Kenya from all walks of life, they take risk to save Kenyans. Yeah, they did not ask what tribe you're coming from. They did not ask what party or what, but all is a Kenyan. That is one. Right now, when we lost Kiptum, everybody was praising Kiptum and writing those condolences messages. None of them thought of Kiptum to be a Kalenjin or somebody from the Kalenjin nation. Faith Kipyegon, when she won all those, it was about the pride of the nation. It was not a pride of the community. But why is it that when it comes to politics, we forget about our nation and think about our own interest? That our nation will always come first. The state of the people will always come last. But our state, the individual interest, come first. And this is manifested in the NADCO report, whereby the positions, how will it change the life of Kenyans on the street, those who do not have jobs? If it can answer those questions, then we should support it. But if it does giving those answers, then what will we do? Maybe God knows.
Okay. Mr. G, kuna jamaa amekataa pesa na amekataa kusign. Jamaa anajiita Eugene Wamalwa. Is he the hero of the moment?
Okay, I cannot say he's the hero of the moment because he was in that NADCO report. He was on the table. Angekuwa hero hata hanga pia kwa dash table, angekataa hata kwa pia kwa dash table. Wakati wa kwanza tu waligundua wakaona nothing is coming out of this thing, wangachana nayo. Mbona waka waste a lot of money kwa sababu that was money being spent. Wameketi kwa table alafu siku ya mwisho ndo wanatoka wanasema hata I cannot sign this thing. You cannot sign it how na yetu you could participate in the whole process mpaka saa mwisho ndo wameshindwa kuweka sign. I cannot say that NADCO report has nothing to do with mwananchi wa chini. It has nothing to do with mwananchi wa chini. So kukataa that I'll give him a tick. But his story na maybe being a hero ama what, I don't see if he's just a hero because he participated in that NADCO report. Alikuwa kwa kila meeting. Hii ni kitu wangelitoa mapema kabisa wakati waliona things are not working, their agenda is not being heard, hawawezi kuisikiza, wakijaribu kuinua agenda yao wanazuiliwa because we had only, I think it was one purpose why we went on that NADCO report. Maybe I can add two, but the main purpose of having that NADCO report, it was to solve this issue of IBC, this issue of Saba. We wanted to know what really happened kwa 2022 election, but that thing haijaguziwa kabisa. So calling for NADCO report, in fact wakatoka kwa that mwelekeo ya mambo ya IBC and what really happened ambayo ikatuingiza kwa street, they went to vitu ya nini, high cost of living, and the same thing again in the cost of living tukaambiwa we are not supposed to talk about that issue, you see. So hapo we failed. This is a process that ilituletea shame na tumebaki na that shame.
So from where you see it, Eugene Wamalwa is not the hero in this story?
He's not the hero. He's not a hero. We all failed.
Hawezi kuwa anatafuta mileage kwa hii story.
Atatafuta tu lakini.
Yeah, he's trying. Yeah, he's trying to get mileage, but sasa utamuingizia wapi? Mileage utaingiza wapi? You know, Jex, you have participated in this process. The process you knew, ulijua kabisa this process end game, you are not getting what you wanted. There's no solution at the end game. Why do you still keep wasting a lot of money? Mkiketi pala tunaenda kudiscuss. What were they discussing? Alafu the end of the day anasema he cannot sign of this thing. For him to be a hero, unaona vile anakuwa kitoka wakati mambo yamechemuka, anatoka anasema mimi siwezi keti hapa. Angena na kaenda kabisa akasema this thing highlight any solution. I cannot go back there. That is now tunaanza kusema this guy I think I'm honor and is a hero now. But staying on the process mpaka siku ya mwisho kabisa mshamaliza kila kitu, just signing ndio nakata kusign. I don't see any hero in him. Ni mileage anatafuta but I don't see.
Now, I'm not sure if this is true, but I'm yet to verify. I'll verify it very soon. There is a sister of Raila Odinga anaitwa Akinyi Odinga. Is it true? Does Raila have such a sister?
I know the senator for Kisumu, the women rep for Kisumu.
No, how many sisters does Raila Odinga have? Because I'm seeing a notification on my Twitter page that President Ruto appoints Raila's sister Akinyi Odinga. I don't know such a person. I don't know. That's why I've said I'll have to verify this one as deputy head of Kenya mission in Los Angeles. I don't think this. I think is not. I'll verify it. But let's go. Let's continue.
Jex, I want to leave you. Maybe before I leave, I just want to say thank you very much for hosting me today. It was a very nice discussion to have me on your show. And maybe for those who are watching us from Tembe, any other our sister affiliates, come to Brother Benson, where I usually have one-on-one conversation with leaders. So we can share more the ideas, subscribe there, then we move on. So to Mr. Jakes, thank you so much, and may God bless you so much.
All right, thank you, Brother Benson. I will definitely keep in touch. Usipoteange sana, this is equally your home. Hapa panaitwa Kenya News Link.
Thank you so much, Mr. G. Asante sana.
Now I have Mercy. I'm not sure if Mercy is there. I've tried to
maybe. I don't know whether she's there.
Mercy, are you in?
Okay,
Mercy.
thank you.
And she has a nice, interesting photo of Ruto, but tutajua tu stories za kwake very soon. Now, Mr. G, kuna vitu kadha wa kadha would want to find out from you. One of the things I would want to find out from you is this. With this NADCO report, does it change the political landscape in Kenya?
NADCO report, at the moment, you know, what will start, and the things that you start seeing now, Nikua, they will start working together. Say, having opposition, you know what happened between Uhuru and Raila on that handshake? So those are the things that we are going to see now. Yeah, it has already changed everything. Those are the things that we are going to see. Tutaanza kuona watu wa Raila wakipewa kazi, tutaanza kuona watu wa Raila wakikosa kuattack this government. Sasa they will be friends. They will start working together. So hiyo ishabadilisha mwelekeo kabisa, and wananchi wa chini ndo wanabaki bila any solution.
And with it, are we likely to see the replica of how Handshake was behaving, the Handshake team? Anything from Uhuru sailed through, anything, whether it was right, including the VAT on fuel, was first introduced by Uhuru Kenyatta, and it was well supported by the Handshake team. Is this the beginning of such I don't want to use the word confused, but a situation where we cannot really say we have a clear demarcation between who opposes and who supports, or who stands for the mwananchi, because it's like everyone was speaking for the government, everyone was a mouthpiece for Uhuru and Raila. No one really came out to, oppose Uhuru, apart from Tanga, which of course they had an interest. Right now it's so clear they had an interest. Their interest was just to get power, because all Uhuru wanted is what they, or all Uhuru proposed is what they are implementing now. So when you think about it, is this the beginning of such a phase?
Exactly. What we are going to see from now is just a replica of what happened between Uhuru and Baba, because the only person who amekuwa akiwa on the side of mwananchi, ambaye amekuwa akionyesha kuwa he's a vocal, akiwa anaweka government on toes, it is Baba. But kumbuka sahi Baba is going for an AU seat, na vinaenda for chairman of AU seat, itamaanisha kuwa anaachana na siasa ya Kenya. So Kenya has to stand with his other people, other leaders apart from Baba. So looking at these people ambao wako sahi, who will put this government on toes? If at all hata hakuna anything imekuwa solved, nothing has been solved, lakini watu wameanza kupraise this president, wameanza kupraise how things are going. Unakumbuka wakati baba alikutana na Uhuru, life ilikuwa ngumu sana, but what happened? From nowhere baba akaanza kusema the whole world iko na shida, the whole world iko na shida, so we have to give them time, and the more you give them time is the more things zinaendelea kuwa ngumu, and that's the more wise wanaendelea kuiba pesa zao, and you cannot stand na wasimamisha kwa sababu mshakuwa marafiki. Kama sahi baba has to be supported by Ruto for that seat. Do you think baba atasimama aanze kupinga Ruto tena? He can't. Anafaa tume watu kama, anafaa ambia watu kama kina nani, anafaa ambia watu kama kina Kalonzo wapinge. Listen to what Kalonzo alikuwa anaongea leo. Is Kalonzo able to stand before Ruto amwambie kwa what you are doing is wrong? Hakuna. So tumebaki in fact kwanza sahi, because baba is going out of this country, hata sijui itakuwaje. We cannot predict how things will be.
Now, Baba had several roles. One of the roles was, at times, he was a whistleblower and exposed various things that were happening in our country. Do we even have such a leader who will take Kenyans forward by bringing out the dirt, the hidden secrets, the hidden wizi ambao unaendelea? Tuko na mtu ambaye ako na such balls, such form of intel ambao Raila alikuwa nayo, ama what happens? Because ni kana kwamba sasa tutakuwa na serikali ambayo inajinais pasipo anyone. Wameteka nyara pale, wameteka nyara kila kitu, so hakuna mtu wa kui put in check.
Baba had a great network. Na ukijaribu compare Baba with this leader ambao amesimama, utapata kuwa there's no leader ambaye kuongea kuhusu any scandal ambayo imehappen. Is only Baba ambaye amekuwa expose these things. Is only Baba amekuwa expose hizi scandals kihappen. Hata even this government, this issue ya G2G and those other stories, is only Baba who came out na akatuambia kwa these are scandals. Mtu kama Kalonzo amekuwa kwa this rim for many years, nilina shatambua scandal hata moja. Hakuna siku tushaiona. Last time in the government of Uhuru, where they had handshake with Baba, kina Kalonzo hawakuwa kwa hiyo party kwanza. Walikuwa wamesema wako kivyao. Alikuwa ni Kalonzo, Mudavadi, alafu na huyo Wetangula. Did you see them giving something that maybe inaweza onyesha kuwa these people were putting the government into nini? Walikuwa wana how do you call it? Walikuwa wana how do you call it? Napoteza ile word ambayo naweza tumia.
Checking the government ama nini?
Yeah. Did you see them with that power? Did you see any power from them? Kwa sababu hao walisema hawako kwa government, walisema hawako kwa handshake, wakawa na tusi hata Raila, wanaongea vibaya kwa Raila, and that is when hata huyu Kalonzo mwenyewe alikuwa anatuambia akienda kusimama na Baba tena ataka second Baba atakuwa mjinga wa mwisho hii dunia mzima. But looking at them at that time, did you see any impact to them? I did not see any impact. So Baba coming out of this politics, it will be worse. Because remember, this is the government, and to me I see the guy. Okay, me bado sija change my option and my opinion on this guy. This is a dictator. Na sasa because he's going to be the president na hakuna mtu anaenda kumsimamia, he will be, yani itakuwa worse kwa sababu he will show his picture. Look at what happened today. Okay, although sija verify that information, but there are some allegation kuwa 2 national media zimekuwa banned in our parliament with the speaker. I don't know if it is in Senate ama in MPs ya huyu jamaa ambaye anaitwa Wetangula, siko sure, but they show, I think it's a Daily Nation and Standard wamekuwa banned. What is it? Kwa nini wanakuwa banned? Look at what is happening nowadays, and Shifuna aliongea kuhusu hii issue whereby we are being told that minority huwa wako na right to be heard kwa parliament hata kwa Senate, but you find that sasa kwa sahi that right to be heard is being, in fact, imekuwa limited. Wakienda kwa discussion because they have to sit down and discuss for something before waamue kupitisha, hata kama hawata agree, but they have to have enough time to discuss. But sahi wanapewa only less than 4 minutes, na tena hawapewi wote. Kama ni opposition unaangaliwa kama mtu ambaye haufai. So that right to be heard as a minority imekuwa right off, yani imetolewa kabisa, haiko. This guy, the way he's running the country with his opinion and with his policies, you just look at somebody ambaye anaenda kuingiza kwa Kenya kwa shida. Look at something kama hii Haiti going ahead akiwa anasign that mkataba na Haiti, and yet Haiti ni kama a suicide mission to our people ambao anapeleka pale ambao ni polisi, but he cannot see it. Anapeleka watu wetu waende wauliwe bure, and this is the guy ambaye tunasema tunakwenda kufanya naye kazi. This is a guy ambaye tulimwambia maisha ni mbaya, maisha haifai, akatuambia yeye mambo economy yuko sawa, anajua asha make economy iko stable, and yet our people right now wale ambao wana businesses, they are closing their businesses. Hawezi jimudu, maisha imeendelea kuwa ngumu. They are telling us ati maisha iko sawa kwa sababu economy iko sawa. This is a guy ambaye aliua watu wetu, and yet he was one of us kitambo, some years back. He was one of us. He knows the pain of people being on the street. Yeye mwenyewe alikuwa kwa street kwanza wakati wa Bomas. Alikaa Bomas almost 3 days bila kuoga. He knows how it is painful kupigania your right. And sai wakati Kenyans wanapigania their right kwa sababu it is in their constitution, he is killing them with the life bullets. And this is the person ambaye usema unaenda kukaa na yeye to govern this country. I think tumeisha kwa sababu the guy with his policies amemaliza wa Kenya na tuoni kama ataenda kusaidia in anything, na ni mtu ambaye huwa hajali, and yet this is the guy tunaenda kukaa naye. No, tumefikishwa mwisho.
Ukiona hivyo, je, William Ruto sasa ameweza kuzima nyota ya watu wengi? Kwa mfano sasa ni vigumu sasa kusema tutakuwa na a strong opposition kwa sababu Raila anaenda, sisemi he is the only person who can be strong in the opposition, but amezima ari ya mtu wowote kuwahi tamani kuwa na nguvu na uwezo pia wa kumng'atua katika uongozi, na amejitengenezea njia rahisi ya 2027. Ama how do you look at it? Because with he kind of has planned it all, you know, and he is very strategic. If you remember, alianza campaign mapema sana. Hii mara hajaanza campaign, hii mara ameamua ku attack anyone who, or rather to counter anyone who would be a strong opposition. Am I correct in looking at it from that angle?
You know, Jakes, this guy, I don't think even if he's thinking about 2027, he's thinking way far, and he's thinking about 2032. On the 2027, this issue to him, hiyo is a sealed deal. Hata sidhani kama atakuwa na opposition, kwa sababu he told us atatoa baba kwa siasa, which was just a narrative he was talking. Sikuwa najua atatumia njia gani.
Hatakuwa na agents, and it's like it's coming to be the policy.
Yeah, he said atakuwa na agents.
If a guy in the ballot, he doesn't need to have agents, so that could be true. Go on.
You know this guy, as much as hakuwa na plan ya kudeliver that economy from Kenya mali likuwa to the right foot, but he had a plan on how to take power. He had a plan on how to win, how to take that power, and now asha strategize mpaka ya 2027 pia shamaliza. That is a sealed deal, kwa sababu ingekuwa ni mtu ambaye ako na wasiwasi ya 2027 hangekuwa ana active and act sahi. But look at his language, look at his body language. This is a guy ambaye hata hashtuki na 2027. 2027 to him is a sealed deal. This is a guy who was able to take power from us, from the sitting president. Now sahi he's the sitting president. Who will oppose him? I did the person ambaye alikuwa he's like a threat to him is baba, ashaondolewa sasa, baba hayuko kwa hiyo scene, and people ambao wamezunguka baba wanajidanganya kuwa baba will come back and vie for 2027. Baba akishaenda AU sioni kama atarudi kuvai. Sasa itakuwa ni why he's going there, anaenda kwa pale for 1 year ama 2 years. What he's going to do for only 1 year ama 2 years? There's no need. Kama anataka kuvai for 2027, there's no need for him to go for AU. Sasa wacha kudanganya watu. And I told you yesterday, Mr. Jakes, that Baba should stop managing his people. Awaambie ukweli, he's lying to them. Akiwaambia ati hapa Addis Ababa ni pale, anaweza 45 minutes ameenda amerudi, ama 2 hours ameenda amerudi. He should stop lying to his people. Akishaenda Addis Ababa as a AU chairman, hata kuwa na nafasi tena ya kuplay politics of Kenya. Hiyo politics ya Kenya itabidi asahau, na aambie watu wake kabisa wajue kwa hiyo ashajitoa kwa siasa ya Kenya. Sasa nani anabaki kutusaidia? That is where we find it hard. Mtu ambaye anaweza fit to his shoe, kwa sababu he's a guy ambaye alikuwa anaweza kutusaidia kupata that, to expose this government work mess, the intelligence ambayo alikuwa nayo and the networks ambayo alikuwa nazo, alikuwa anaweza kutuambia things zikienda wrong, anaweza kutuambia. Sasa who will stand before Ruto? No one will stand before Ruto. Hakuna mtu atasimama before Ruto. So Ruto ameshaipata his way vile alikuwa anaitaka, na anaenda kufanya vile atajisikia mwenyewe kufanya.
Okay, now kuna hii swali ambalo
mambo ya ku-extend ni.
Yes, that's what I wanted to ask you. Kwa hii NADCO report eventually itafika kwa mwananchi, na Ruto aliongea leo akiongelea katika kongamano la mama ama la kucelebrate Women's Day Embo, akasema Wakenya wawe tayari kusupport mjadala ama mdahalo wa kuongeza idadi ya kina mama ama kusupport the 2/3 gender rule. Of course that is one element ambao wanaileta kupitia NADCO. My question to you is this. from that report as well, wanaweza ongezea pia term limit ya president, waseme kulingana vile tunaona, kwa sababu ya vile mwaka moja na kuanga ni ya campaign na mwaka mwingine ni wa election, so rais akona kama miaka 3 tu, so wacha tumuongeze miaka 2 ili tuweze kumfanya awe na uwezo wa kuwa na muda mzuri wa kutawala ama wa kufanya miradi Kenya ama katika nchi. Unaona kama that is a possibility of increasing the term limit, and Kenyans, would they even accept it?
Exactly. Wamekuwa kitest waters for a very long time. Na hii kitu haikuanza hata leo, hata haikuanza jana. Ilianza from the first day wakati wanaingia kwa kiti. Wakawa wana test waters. Wakitaka kusikia wananchi watasema nini. And nimeona pia nani bado anaendelea kupush that mswada. Cherargei anaendelea kupush that mswada. So what I can say ni kuwa it will happen. Kwa sababu kwa sasa we don't have any leader who has that power to stop him to do what he wants to do. So they will, in fact, hata wataweza kuiscrap kabisa, and he may end up leading the country mpaka miaka mbada toka. You know what Museveni did to his country? Those are the things that we are going to see in our country now. Somebody leading mpaka achoke ndo achane nayo sasa. This is what will happen.
I'm going to ask you a question that is synonymous with Edwin Sifuna, and it is interesting because it made someone bring in the Pokomo issue. I'll ask you a direct question. Is the president a lying president? Does he lie? Is he a liar? I'll tell you why I've asked you that, but is he a person who lies?
Mr. Jakes,
let me
there's
put
no
it this
day
way. Is he a man who shifts goalposts when it suits him?
Yeah, ndo nilikuwa nakwambia, you know, Jakes, since we started discussing, hakuna siku nishaisema president anaongea ukweli. Always nimekuwa nikikwambia this guy is a liar. He's a cunning man. Na ni mtu ambaye you cannot trust. Na hivyo ndo nabaki mpaka leo. I cannot trust Ruto. In anything ambayo anasema, I will never trust him because he's a liar by profession.
You know why I've asked you that? This is how he began when he entered into power. He said, wananchi wamepeana makazi. Yeye amepewa kuwa rais na aongoze executive. Walioshindwa wamepewa pia kazi na jukumu la kuwa opposition, na kazi yao ni kuangalia serikali. Na in fact akasema yeye anataka a vibrant opposition. Na akasema pia hataki kuleta at any time kitu ambayo itafanana na previous handshake. Ati hakukuwa na demarcation between who was opposition and who was not. With the current turn of events, do you still believe those words? Because honestly, do we even have that opposition? He was saying he wants a vibrant one. Will we have a vibrant opposition that William Ruto, the president, was claiming he would yearn for? Do we even have it? Who will even take that role?
Those are just the words. Those are just the words. Remember, wakati ashatangazwa as the president-elect, what was the first thing he did? Aliendea zile chama za Azimio. Kwanza na zile za North, zile za Wasomali kule North. Unakumbuka? There's that chama inaitwa sijini UDM ama something. There's something like UDM something. Alibeba the whole team, akabeba mpaka the governors. Nakumbuka ndio alikuwa amekuwa announced. Akaanza kuendea the other people. Even this nini, odo ikifika kwa nini independent au kwa wenyewe ndo wanaamua wataenda wapi, but tuliona ni kama alichukua 90%. He was able to buy them almost 90% aliwachukua. So this guy you cannot trust him. Akiongea kitu huwa anaongea tu kwa sababu ya kuongea, but he doesn't mean what he's talking. Because angekuwa ni mtu ambaye ni mtu wa ukweli, he has passed through this pain ambao watu wamepitia. Huyu ni mtu ambaye alikuwa opposition leader, alikuwa opposition, not opposition leader, he was in opposition, and he knows how painful it is. Mtu akiwa kwa street, he was on the street himself, anajua mpaka hata akakosa kuoga akiwa anapigana pale Bomas. Angekuwa ni mtu wa ukweli, kitu ya kwanza, because alikuwa anatuambia kila siku kuwa alishinda asubuhi na mapema, yeye ndiye angekuwa mtu wa kwanza pushing for saba kufunguliwa, because he know he win. Angekuwa mtu wa kwanza kupush for that thing kufunguliwa. Mbona alikataa kuifungua mpaka leo? Akaongea kuhusu he want a strong opposition leader. Ona vile amepress hao watu, ona vile amewafrustrate hao watu. Imefikia mahali mpaka sasa the parliament cannot discuss anything. Ni yeye anaamua vile parliament inafaa ifanye, na kwanza akitaka kuongea kitu anawaita kwanza kwa State House awaambie vile wanaenda kufanya, ndio anawatuma kwa parliament. Ikifika kwa parliament whereby they need to sit down and discuss with the minority are not being given time even to discuss. Mpaka those minutes pia zimepunguzwa. Kitambo alikuwa anachukua 1 day ku discuss something, today they can discuss a matter in 2 minutes ama 3 minutes. Washa discuss hiyo kitu, anaiputulia mbali kama ni kitu ambalo walikuwa hawahitaji. So the guy on the issue of having a strong opposition, he was not willing and he was not ready to have it. That's why ameamua kuwanunua wengi na akanunua wengi sana. Ndio umeona most of these people from ODM MPs wamekuwa wale ambao ni wakora, wale ambao wanapenda pesa sana, wamekuwa kinunuliwa kama kuku wakivuka wakienda kwake.
Okay.
This is a guy ambaye alikuwa attack opposition. Yeah, he was not ready to face the opposition ambayo alikuwa, kwa sababu opposition majority ilikuwa ni Azimio. Azimio was the majority. Na hangezana nayo.
Na kwa muda ilikaa kana kwamba William Ruto alikuwa anaonewa. Lakini rais mstaafu Uhuru alisema huyu jamaa mjichunge naye kwa sababu ulimi wake ni mtamu, lakini anachokimaanisha si kweli. Is it now that mwananchi is seeing the true picture of one William Ruto?
Yeah, you know, we have people who believed him. By the time he started playing the victim card, we have a number of people who believed him. Na kwa sababu alikuwa na hiyo maneno tamtamu, they thought that atakuja kuwasaidia kwa economy. That's why they were crying. Mpaka huyu ambao unaona ni Wanjiru, the Margaret Wanjiru, ambaye anavunjwa kansa yake, sasa akaanza kulilia, analia kitukana na ni Ruto. These are the guys ambao wanatuambia tumekaa na Ruto, tunamjua huyu mtu, tunakaa naye pamoja kila siku, we know him. He's a guy ambaye anakuja kutusaidia. Wakasema he's a person ambaye ameokoka, anakuja kutusaidia, not like we watu wetu. Alikuwa anaita watu wetu walevi. Anatuambia kuwa si kama sisi ambao lazima tutoke kwa hangover ndio tufikirie kama tunaenda kanisani. Ruto ni mtu akwenda kanisani kila siku. He is coming to deliver his people. Uliona vile danganya watu sahi. Margaret Wanjiru mwenyewe analia akisema watu wamekuja ku grab his land. So you know, wakati the former president was talking about this issue, he knew who Ruto is. Kwa sababu Ruto was with him for 10 years. Hakuna siku hata moja President Uhuru aliamua wanamfukuza, hata akiwa anamtusi hivyo, akiwa anamwambia nini, akiwa anamdimin. Hakuna siku alimwambia anamfukuza. But angalia inakuwa kitoka inakuwa na portray ile picha kwa anaonyesha kuwa ameshafukuzwa tayari, anaonyesha kuwa he's the opposition now. He's not in the government, yet he was in the government. So Ruto played a victim card na watu wengi watamwamini. Kwa sahi wale ambao walikuwa hawajui Ruto ni nani ndio wanaanza kuamini sasa, kwa sababu of the current situation ambayo zimehappen. For we who knew that Ruto is a liar, tulimjua kuanzia mwanzo, hata before hata awe president. Sisi tumekaa tumerelax kwa sababu those are things ambazo tulikuwa tunajua kuanzia kitambo. But for wale watu ambao walikuwa hawajui, kwa sababu ya the turning events, wameanza kujua kweli the guy is a liar.
All right. Now kuna huyu jamaa ni kama alikuwa overseer kwa sababu wenyewe ni Japolo wa kweli. Huyu jamaa kwa muda alituambia this thing itakuja kutulamba ya ukweli. Na imetulamba vibaya sana. Tunaolalamika ni wengi na tunaosherekea pia ni wengi. Kenya Rebel, let me ask you this. Are you happy? Are you a happy man now or a sad man? Because personally I have mixed reactions. This happened in 2017, exactly how it's happening now. The only thing now, they are managing us. They are managing us. What do you make of the recent turn of events?
Jake, can you hear me?
Very well.
Nafurahi kumwona ndugu yangu Mr. G hapa. Hata nimesikia matamshi yake, hata nimeshangaa, nimeshikwa na butaa. Anasema
lakini handle him with care because watu wako na hasira huku nje, you know, kuamini ya kwamba
sitamugilia. Ni ndugu yangu siwezi mugilia. Ni tu unajua nilimwambia, niliwaonya, lakini
ulikuwa umetuona watu wa Azimio Mlikuwa mmeoniwa na watu wa Kenya Kwanza, mlikuwa mmetuon. Endelea.
Kidogo kuna episode nyingine nilitukanwa hata nikaulizwa kwani nini nimekasirikia Raila. But anyway, wacha nianze na hii mambo ya Margaret huyu mama mkora huyu. Huyu mama ukienda hiyo picha alikuwa anajifanya hata amechapwa.
Huyo mama amechapwa ama yeye ndo alichapana? From the video I saw, it's like you're the one who was fighting. What did you see, Mr. G and Mr. Kenya River? Who was fighting who?
Okay, you know. Okay, to comment on that video. Okay, hatukuonyesha kwa sababu she told us that video zao simu zao zilinyang'anywa. Walinyang'anya their gadgets. But the part ambayo ilitokezea ni pale alikuwa anajaribu kuwapush watu. So ikifika mahali pa kupigwa, I know, but pale ile picha ambayo ilionyeshwa but ikifika kwa kupigwa, for me I don't trust policemen. To me policemen ni watu wakora. And I can believe that woman. Akuwa anasema aliweza kupigwa na akashikwa mahali pabaya. I can believe it kwa sababu I know how this policeman works. So to establish what happened, because it was in darkness, no one was there with her. She was alone with his people. But for Rebel to call him a con man, hiyo ni makosa. Don't call her a con man and a con woman. Yeah, because we are not there with her. Hatukuwa naye pale, hatujui nini ilifanyika. Kama alipigwa. What is this?
Legit. Endelea. I think ni watu tu weird tu. Nishawatoa.
Okay.
Rebel. Okay, sawa.
Rebel, that scene it happened kama hatuko. So hatujui kama walipigwa, but we know how policemen handles people. Policemen are people who are crook. Na wanaweza kuwa walimpiga ukweli kwa sababu you remember alituambia kuwa they came with a command from above. You see? So maybe alijaribu kuwapinga, wakaamua kumpiga. Huwezi jua kwa sababu alienda mpaka Kalonzo. You cannot play mpaka uende ukalishwa kwa kiti ya ile wheelchair, umeshindwa kutembea, uende uwe admitted. Niliona kama alikuwa anaongezwa siji maji ama ni damu. It cannot be a play. Yeah, because alikuwa amelazwa kwa kitanda. It cannot be a play. Tusimuite mkora. Let's wait and see.
Aki, hata Hollywood ni afadhali.
Mr. G, mtu unaweza ongezewa maji. That one can happen even without, in any case, we never saw we only saw the cannula on the hand. We didn't see the giving set delivering the pint of water. So even that is equally something we can debate. But wacha tuachie hapo. Let's come back to the politics.
No, ngoja kidogo. Ngoja. Mpaka nitoe maoni. Ngoja Mr. G. Nipate dakika 2. Mpaka tu analyze vitu. Huyu mama alituambia alicharazwa barabara. First of all, ukimwangalia sura, mimi sijui kama ushawahi kucharazwa mangumi, mateke ama whatever. Sura yake iko na mafuta. Iko nzuri hata kushinda hii ya Mr. Jina yangu na yetu. Number 2, hakuna hata alama
vizuri. Wanadada wanajua kujitunza vizuri.
Nakuja hapo kujitunza. Ngoja. Number 1, hakuna bruise, hakuna alama fulani, hakuna kidonda. Number 2, akaanza kuongea vile alikuwa anaongea hapo kwa press conference hapo nje ya hiyo kanisa yake. Akaanza kutuambia akasema hiyo speech yake alilipiga sijui akanipiga. Hata nimechukua painkillers. Alafu vile alimaliza tu hivyo hata nasikia let me go to the hospital. Sasa all of a sudden haizi kutembea. Na ukiangalia akaanza kutembea kidogo. Alafu akasahau, akaanza kusimama tena vizuri. Na hata ile press conference vile uliona sina alifungwa ninio. Alifungwa hiyo sling kwa mkono wake ya right. Vile alikuwa anaongea hata akasahau akaeka microphone kwa hiyo mkono wake ya right, anazungumza vizuri hivi. Tafadhali hizi vipindi tuache. Mr. G, I know maybe unaenda kwa hiyo kanisa, lakini hizi vipindi tuache. Number 2, nikimalizia kwa mambo ya huyo mama. Sasa alijua hiyo kanisa iko katika kwa nini land ya serikali. Okay? Ndio kama nini hiyo waliotumwa hapo walitumwa na sijui nini wa railways whatever. Sasa wewe kama hao watu walikuja wakaanza kubomoa ninyo yako, ndio unaweza kukasirika. Why do you start blaming UDA na Kenya Kwanza na Ruto? Na in fact hiyo kesi inaendelea, hata alisema kwa hiyo press conference ati hiyo kesi inaendelea, she'll be going to the courts very soon. Mbona unaanza kusema mambo ya UDA hapa na Ruto anaingia wapi hapo? Unajua kuna vitu vingine hata mimi ukikosea accept, enda kwa kotini umalize hiyo maneno na wacha kuwekelea sijui president sijui ni serikali ya UDA. No. Deal with the issue as it is. Hiyo mambo ndio Mr. Jena tuambia ati polisi wanachapanga watu. I agree, polisi uchapa watu and they are very new. Lakini in this case ukiangalia tu vile mama na behave na matamshi yake ambayo vile alienda kuzini na vile alikuwa na movio arm yake ambayo anasema alichapwa, hakuna evidence ati alichapwa. Mara sio ameshikwa thigh. Who in his right mind, especially police, anaweza kushika mtu VIP kama yeye? Tuache hizi mchezo bwana.
Kenya Rebel Kenya Rebel wa police sometimes atambui hiyo what have you called it, VIP. Did you see what they did one time to Halwale? Halwale alipiga nduru Halwale alipiga nduru akitoka mbio. You remember ile time alienda kuzima
hata Sonko?
You remember ile time alienda kuzima moto? Do you remember what they did to Benjamin Washiali? Walimshika design si kama baba ya mtu. So police can, as Mr. Jakes, seriously embarrass you.
No, Jakes. Sisemi ati polisi hawezi kufanya hivyo. What I'm trying to say is this. In this particular case, based on how she was behaving, there's no visible sign ati mtu akichapo unaweza kuona vile amechapwa. Tuambiane ukweli. Mtu kichapo unaweza kuona sura yake na ile sira mtu atakuwa akizungumza nayo. Alafu uliona ile picha alipiga hapo kwa nini akiwa kwa wheelchair hapo kwa nini hospitali? Hata alikuwa ana smile hivi ni kama amevuta bangi. Sisemi alivuta bangi, but I'm saying the pause was
square hivyo.
Okay, wacha niseme hivyo. But I'm just saying.
Can I rebut?
Okay, go ahead.
Please do.
Because you know sometimes rebel huwa anaenda to extreme. Let me give you an example. I think it was just 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ama 1 week ago, wakati naenda kwa naongea, wakati President Ruto alikuwa anaongea, kuna kakijana kalikuwa kanamuendea. I think kuna kitu akwenda kumwambia. President alikuwa anasema ngoja kwanza nitaongea na wewe, but security alikuja akamshika. Akamwambia mwache kumtoa hapo, mpeleke akae pale.
Hata kwa mazishi ya Kiptum, did you see what happened to that lady? There was a woman alikuwa mishandled in front of the president.
Yeah,
Mr. G.
So this guy wakati alipelekwa pale, polisi walimfuata nyuma, president akiwa bado anaongea, wakawa wanafinya huyu kijana, wanamfinya mpaka wanapeleka nyuma gari. I don't know if you saw that clip. So we cannot come here tuseme kuwa polisi hawezi kuwa wameshika huyu mama. Wanaweza kuwa walimshika kwa sababu these people hawana tabia mzuri. Policemen hawana tabia mzuri. And for nani kusema maybe nenda kanisani ya huyu mama, I don't go to that church ya huyo mama. And we are not supposed to, yani kuna kitu ambacho inaitwa kujudge, tusimjudge because we are not there wakati alikuwa anapitia what she was going through. We should not judge that woman. Wacha tungoje mpaka ile siku ukweli utatoka. Ningekuwa ulikuwa pale wakati polisi walikuwa na manhandle, tungesema sawa ulikuwa pale. But because all of us we are not there. Mimi niko Kenya but siko Nairobi. Wewe uko America. Uliona tu kitu kwa clip. Let's stop judging these things. Let's wait. On the issue of church. Ikiwa just wait. Rebel wacha kwanza. On the issue of land. Kwa nini saa hii ndio Ruto anakuja and he's attacking this woman, alafu anataki pia the other conman? Okay, ule ndamwita conman because you know when you call somebody conman you have evidence of calling him conman. The other guy, huyu ambaye anapenda kujiita commander, huyu anitanga nani, kitambo alikuwa mwizi sana, akatoka kwa jela akakuja siku hizi anauza makaratasi. Ako Nairobi, anauza makaratasi Pastor Nganga, the commander, yeah. Anauzia watu makaratasi. You know, we have things that you can do ukonekana wewe ni mkora.
Mumetoa show mkipeleka place hata si yuko, but ni sawa.
No, it is nani ambaye ameleta hii mambo. It is rebel ambaye ameleta story ambayo hajifai. Kwa sahi I read it in the newspaper. Yeah. I read it in the newspaper. Yeah. I read it in the newspaper whereby nimeona wameweka picha ya commander and picha Margaret Wanjiru wakisema kuwa shamba yao inataka kuchukuliwa na government. These people wamekuwa kwa hiyo shamba for a very long time. Hata kama kulikuwa na corruption sawa, why is it that those other government hazikuwa kuna deal na hiyo issue? Sasa ni this government itakuja kudeal na hiyo issue. Can it be that the government iko right kupigania hiyo hali? Let's wait and see. But sasa hii issue nilikuwa sitaki tuongelee rebel because we are not supposed to judge these people. Hatukuwa pale.
Mr. G, nakuuliza hivi, kulikuwa na video camera ambayo ili capture vile hao mapolisi walikuja hapo katika hiyo kanisa, hiyo compound, okay? Cameras ambazo ziko hapo around. Sasa nasema hivi, hata kama alikuwa amechapwa, ni ukweli amechapwa. Mimi umesema vizuri, hatujui kama alichapwa ama hakuchapwa. Lakini yeye alituambia alichapwa. Mimi nasema hivi, mtu as mtu ambaye anataka analyze na anataka critique what has happened, angesha release camera ya kuonyesha watu vile walikuwa wanamchapa. Unaona, nikimwangalia mwili wake hana vidonda, hana alama yoyote. Hata ukiona zile picha alikuwa amepiga rinio, hata niliona hiyo mkono yake alikuwa amesema ameweka maji. Hiyo shindano ya maji haikuingia kwa skin, ilikuwa tu imepigwa tape hapo hivyo. Alafu mara mwisho vile alikuwa hapa tunaona alisema kamaliza.
We are reading where we should not read. This is wrong.
Listen, I've worked in the medical field. Listen to me. I've worked in the medical field.
I'll listen to you just a moment.
You know, Jex, tumeanza kuwa hypocrites hapa mbele. Tuache hii story, tumeanza kuwa hypocrites. Turudi kwa siasa. Turudi kwa siasa, tuache hii.
Acha tufanye hivi. We can't verify all this. Let's not go there because for the sake of this show, allow us to move from that topic for two reasons.
Okay,
one,
but let me finish this.
We cannot verify. We cannot verify.
We can.
All we need to do is we cannot verify. We cannot say that akukwa na maji ama nini. We cannot.
Jex,
let's not go there.
Jex,
let's not go.
Jex,
yes.
Kwa hiyo clip ambayo mliona, just a minute, rebel. Kwa hiyo clip ambayo mliona a police officer akinyang'anya somebody a camera. Mliona wakati alikuwa anapiga. Mliona akislap the camera na akachukua akaenda nayo. He slapped the camera na akachukua akaenda nayo. So hii story tuachane nayo. Tukisema kwa sijati video
kuna video.
Hizo ni propaganda. Okay, play the video then. Play the video utaona wakati mama.
But I didn't want to go there. Anyway, we have so many
sawa, tumalize mambo ya Margaret. Wacha nimalize kwa ufupi. Jex nasema hatuwezi we can actually verify. Ndio ulikuwa unasema kuna kamera ambayo ilikuwa hapo inaonyesha vile hao mapolisi waliingia. And at no point does it show hao mapolisi wakimchapa, wakimcharaza ama wakimfanya nini. Mwanzo yeye ndiye alikuwa anawasukuma anaambia stop. Alafu na yeye kuvunjika mkono, ameka kasling hapo. Nikasema hata mtu kama mvunjika mkono, unajua alisahau akashika hiyo mic akaanza kuita. Mtu ukivunjika mkono huwezi kushika mic hivi alafu ukisema president sijui bend him sijui nini. That's what I'm saying.
Hajasema amevunjika, aliumizwa, si kuvunjika. Hakusema amebroke, hiyo heart imekuwa broken the hand. Hakuongea. Tuache propaganda. Jex, tutoke kwa hii story. Huyu rebel ni mtu ambaye ataconfuse kabisa hapa.
Ndio video, cheza video.
Kenya River, acha tuone hii lakini hatutaiongelea.
Look at somebody taking the camera. Angalia. Umeona? Huyo officer, umeona? Hiyo ni kamera amechukua ya wenyewe. So when we talk about things,
I'm dealing with huyu mama. Nionyeshe pale alipigwa. Ona.
Hakupigwa hapa. Hapa hakupigwa. Lakini this is not the camera. Hii si mahali ambao walikuwa wanasema amepigwa. Angalia jamaa white. Huyu jamaa white anachukuliwa. Umeona? Huyu jamaa white anachukuliwa kamera yake. So inaweza kuwa ni ukweli simu zako zilichukuliwa. Because officer mbele ya kamera amechukua.
Nani? Atusemi huyo mtu alionyeshwa. Sisi tunasema huyu Margaret Bishop mwenyewe anasema alishikwa ninio kwa mapaja alafu akacharazwa. Mimi sioni kama sura yake imefura, hana vidonda, hana alama yoyote. Akisimama
wait,
lakini anyway,
it happened behind the scene. that thing happened behind the scene. Tuachane na hiyo story.
Mimi nitasema ni mrongo, but tuendelee. Anyway, nilikuwa nasema I was supposed to comment on Raila and mnanisikia ama
yeah.
Tunakusikia, bora tuisiwe propaganda.
Hakuna propaganda. Mr. Hakuna propaganda hapa. Nasikia.
Go on, let's have a sober debate. Let's go on.
Tuko soba, tunaongea soba. Hebu tuongee sama mambo ya Raila.
Let's go on.
Haya, handshake. Baba anaenda AU. Alikuwa nafaa kutupeleka Canaan. Sijui GPS yake imetuonyesha tuende Addis Ababa instead of Canaan ama mimi sielewi. Kalonzo ndio huyo. Namuona leo na Ichungua. Akasimama akapiga picha na rais akicheka. By the way, Dex, kuna news ambayo ati hii kiti ya AU inaweza kupelekwa ipewe mwanamke this year. Ulisikia hiyo habari?
Yeah, so, the gender card can come into effect.
Yes. So mimi nilisema hivi, baba hatapata hiyo kiti ya AU, okay? Hataipata. Atarudi, ndio maana yataka hii NADCO ndio apewe kiti ya official opposition ama prime minister apate kacheo. Niliwaambia hapa hivi na mkanikasirikia. Niliwaambia baba na ndugu yake alisema ukweli ati baba haendi mahali, baba atakuwa hapa na sisi. Baba amependa sifa za pembili. He wants the pigiwa makofi, red carpet, private security, all that. He wants to be a VIP. Hiyo ndio maisha anataka. So as long as umpatie hiyo, he'll be happy. Ndio maana unaona Ruto alisema mimi huyu mzee najua kitu nataka. Tushamweka kwa kona. Gachagua tuambia tuweka kwa kona. By the way, history ya Gachagua na kwa ostracized ni upuzi. Gachagua is part of the game. But just to make it short, mimi niliwaambia tuache kuamini hao wanasiasa wote wanatuenjoy. Baba, Uhuru, Raila, wote wanatucheza. Sisi wananchi ndio tunaumia. Sasa tu vile nilikuwa namsikia Mr. G mbeleni akisema sisi tulienda kwa maandamano tukachinjwa nini, lakini NADCO inakuja hata haisemi kitu juu ya wale watu walikufa. Na niko nawaambia hivi kila siku, nawaambia acheni kwenda maandamano, mtawachwa kwa mataa. Haya ndio sana namuona Mr. G amejishika kichwa, akona depression. Sijui nimpatie maji ya kunywa ama vipi. Lakini at least you've learned a lesson. Next time tukienda kwa ninio to vote for somebody, tujaribu kutafuta mtu ambayo ana track record ya ya kupigania wananchi na interest ya wananchi. Unaona? Si kama hao watu every year the same tu vile Jeka ameanza nikamwambia it's always the play. Mnamanajiwa, mnadanganywa ati yes citizen, kumbe watu washakutana nyuma ya tent, and it's going to get worse, not linear. So regarding that, all I can say is hey, I told you so. Mkanitukana hapa, mkaniita. Sasa nakwambia mambo ya Margaret Wanjiru unakatana na mimi. In 2 weeks utaona hapo hivyo. Investigation itafanywa, utasikia ilikuwa mchezo, ni mzaha. So that's siku enjoy. I'm just glad it happened now that Kenyans should come together and realize that tukikutana tukikuja pamoja, whether hata kama wewe ni mtu wa Kenya Kwanza, independent, Azimio, tushikane pamoja na tuanze kutafuta mtu ambaye atatutumikia sisi wananchi, si wakina Kalonzo, sijui nani. That's all I can say about that.
Now, Mr. J, I want to come to you before we have like 20 minutes to wrap up. I have like 2 questions for you. With this move by Raila Odinga to AU, with now the endorsement of the report, as a supporter, ardent supporter, are you discouraged?
On this issue of AU, to an extent, as much as it is good, kwa sababu baba amejaribu kujaribu presidency for many years, almost 5 now, lakini hajapata. Going for AU, and yet AU si atienda maamua, ametafutwa with some leaders na wakataka aende pale. I think it was a good idea if angeenda pale, but not being supported by this guy. ambaye ni Ruto, but now because Ruto has to support him, and sasa kwa sababu tena they have to be friends, to me it is much of a disappointing kwa sababu these are the guys ambao frustrate, and for us we trusted Baba knowing that we were heading somewhere kutoka kwa hii operation ambao tumefanywa na Mkora. I did not believe tunaweza keti pamoja tena with somebody ambao tulikuwa tunasema mkono yake inanuka damu, the guy ambao tulikuwa hatutaki even to debate na yeye, but now we are dining with him, tukianza kusema atusupport kupata hiyo kitu. That is where just I draw my lines, kwa sababu sikuwa natarajia iwe hivyo. Ingekuwa ni Baba mwenyewe anaenda alafu yeye mwenyewe amejitakia, ningeagree na what Rebel anasema, lakini on this issue is not that Baba ndo aliamua, ni Baba alitafutwa na akaambiwa tunakuhitaji kwa AU, na akasema kama unanihitaji then I will come. Naona umeinua mkono but
tunamalizia tu kwa ufupi. Baba mwenyewe ndiye alikuja akasema ati yeye ndio alikuwa anataka hiyo kiti. Alisema hivyo. Baba hakusema ati alitafutwa. Yeye mwenyewe ndiye alisema ati alikuwa anataka hiyo kiti. Alisema hivyo juzi. Alafu
Kenya Rebel,
unanisikia?
Wewe ulikuwa umepotea.
Namaliza napata simu hapa. Nasema hivi, Baba cannot get that AU seat without the support of Ruto. The country, your host country, has to vouch for you for that seat. Ndio maana nasema Baba akipata hiyo AU 2027, there's no way he can support someone to remove Ruto, and Ruto is the person who has to support Baba to get the AU. So Baba needs the support. Either way, Raila needs Ruto to get that.
Okay, you know, kitu ambao nina nasema
endelea.
Yeah, unajua what is saying
watu, okay, lakini nitakuuliza tu wewe, one of the things ambao Kenya Rebel anasema, which somehow it's true, that nani needs William Ruto to support him, and amejitokeza leo akasema wameagree kama East Africa that it's time for East Africa, na wamekubaliana, wamekuwa na mwafaka ya kwamba it's time that one of us, and why not Kenya, and then maybe they saw why not Raila Odinga. But kwa group kuna mtu aliuliza hivi, is Raila the best, ama kulikuwa na wengine akina PLO, Lumumba and the likes, is this the very best of option?
Baba is the best option. You know, to me, I don't believe in PLO Lumumba. PLO Lumumba had a chance to show his Pan-Africanism, akakosa kuishow. There's a time ambao tulikuwa na election, and that election was nullified. This guy called PLO Lumumba was against our petition. Na akawa anatuambia kwa petition yetu kwanza is dead on arrival. He's the person who said that. So to me, I don't trust PLO Lumumba. Even though he's a guy ambaye nilikuwa nimemtrust sana kitambo, I believed in him, but akakuja nikapata ni mdomo tu, hawa ni wale watu wa kuongea, kujipendekeza mdomo, but si watu ambao they are useful to our country. No, hawa ni watu wa kujipendekeza. So PLO Lumumba we cannot even, hatuwezi even try kumpeleka huko. Huyu ni puppet tu, pia mtu akupiga mdomo. The best candidate that can save our Africa, it's Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, who knows everything concerning the Africa. You know, in Africa, for you to lead, and let me not talk about Africa. Let me use the example of Kenya. Kama unataka kuwa president wa Kenya na you lead vizuri, you have to know everything about this country, ambao ni Kenya. You have to know the culture of that country, how people wanaishi, what the difficulties, the pain and the problem they go through, and how climate na everything happens in that country. So tukiangalia on this issue of Africa, we have many countries, not one country, many countries. Na mtu kama Baba na mtu ambaye amekuwa upande huo, amekuwa kwa AU, he knows Africa very well. Na akisimama akiongea how Africa works and when Africa huwa inafanya kazi zake na how things used to happen hata kitambo, is somebody ambaye he knows the history of this Africa, and is somebody who has a solution to some of the problem ambao tuko nao as Africa, not only in Kenya but in Africa. he has a solution to it. Kwa sababu nimesikia kwa mikutano mingi sana akiongea, and somebody who has an idea of things that need to be done for somebody to succeed in our country and also in this Africa. So to me, I believe Baba is the only person ambao anafaa kwa hiyo kiti. Mali tu ambao na draw lines ambao najipata kuwa niko disappointed ni kwa sababu for him to clinch into that power and into that seat ni lazima awe supported with this president. And I know what will happen after Baba kupata hiyo kiti. I know the names that will be called na huyu mtu ambaye anaitwa Ruto. That's why to me inakuwa a bit challenge, but Baba qualifies to be the AU chairman.
Now, I know what you are saying, and that is what I want to ask you. William Ruto will definitely use this to campaign in Luo Nyanza.
Exactly.
Two things you'll say. One, I made your daughter, Winnie Odinga,
your son.
and Yala. I made the father, Awewa East Africa. He will even go ahead and brag. None of the presidents we have ever had has remembered both the father and the daughter from this soil. I am the only president. If I have done this amount of work for you, and of course he has been in Luo Nyanza like every other time he gets, someone equally said that it's not even possible that Luos might vote for him overwhelmingly vis-a-vis how they would support any other candidate, including Kalonzo, whom has been on the forefront to support Raila Odinga for 3 times. Is that something that can be true?
You know, Jex, this key, that is the game changer on this thing. The guy, wakati Baba atakuwa amepata that seat, the first thing ambayo atakuja kutuambia, ataanza, do you know mimi ndo nilifanya Baba akakuwa prime minister wa Kenya? Hata nilikaa siku 3 bila kuoga. It's true, Baba became the prime minister of Kenya. Atasema, do you know I gave Uhuru Kenyatta the presidency? Nilimsaidia 2013 na 2017. It is a fact. Alimsaidia. Now sasa kwa Baba atatuambia, do you know ni mimi nimefanya akaenda AU? And that is where I find it very hard. Sijui nitaichukulia vipi kwa sababu those are the things about tutapitia. Na atatuambia na hatutakuwa na anything, hatutakuwa na comeback, you see. So tumejiingiza kwa trap ambao hatutakuwa na any comeback. Kwa sababu wakati atasimama akiongea hivyo, obvious people from Nyanza itabidi wampigie kura kwa sababu amesaidia mtoto wao kupata the president of the presidents, you see. Alafu tukifika kwa Mount Kenya atatuambia alisaidia Uhuru. Just
there's this other question that I want to ask you. Kwa sababu atakuwa amefanya Raila Odinga kitu poa sana. Is it possible pia Raila Odinga anaweza ulizwa arudishe mkono? Because sasa he'll have made him a chairman in a very high prestigious position because he has always wanted to be a president. Hiyo imemshinda, but at least sasa afanyike kitu kubwa kabisa yenye anatambulika duniani kote. Will that one make Raila Odinga probably have good status with him, given that alipokuwa tu nini kwa nia ya transport and all ya East Africa ya AU bado walikuwa na relationship poa sana na Uhuru. Hii nayo mtu amekufanya vizuri, huoni kama he will owe one to William Ruto, and William Ruto in 2027 might come to collect?
You know, Jex, kitu ya kwanza kutaka kujua kuwa kutakuwa na itakuwa walkover kwa Ruto 2027. Look at what's happening sahi. Baba bado hajapata seat ya AU. But that because of that seat, kwa sababu ameamua anataka kuendea that seat, tayari wameanza kuwa friends with Ruto. That means he will not challenge Ruto in any way. Hakuna siku tena Baba atasimama aseme Ruto shuka, Ruto tukate miti. There's no day tutaona hizo words zikitoka kwa Baba tena. At let's go to the street, Ruto ashuke. Hizo vitu imeisha. That means that Baba shakatwa miguu. So 2027 it is a walkover for Ruto. Hata is not about giving hand, sijati arudishe mkono. No. Hiyo kitu sha set. Huyu sha set. No, that's why Alex anatuambianga kuwa the guy who anaona mbali. Even though I don't believe watu wale ambao wanasema he's so wise. He's not wise. He's just a cunning man. But on this issue, aliona mbali sana. And that's why nini Alex wanatuambia kila wakati jamaa anaona mbali, na kweli aliona mbali. Ashatutoa. There's no challenge.
Sasa swali yangu ya mwisho inakuja na hii video. Hawa watu wameappointiwa leo, na kwanza hebu niambie, is this true? Are you able to see your screen?
I've seen it, but I think I have to search to verify it. I'm not sure kwa sababu sijasikia. You know, I was out of net for a very long time. Mpaka tu around saa 6 usiku ndo nimekuja kufaulu kupata net. Sikuwa online. Sasa sijasikia that story.
But so wacha tusikize hii, and then we see
fresh changes to the Foreign Service docket that includes 10 female nominees, and also nominated our former Communications Authority of Kenya Director General Ezra Chiloba and Law Society of Kenya presidential candidate in the recent concluded elections, Caroline Kamende Daudi. Seth Olale with more details on who else made it to the list that includes ambassadors, high commissioners and permanent representatives in Kenya's embassies, high commissions and missions abroad.
Former Communications Authority of Kenya Director General Ezra Chiloba has yet again made a comeback to public service. The former IEBC CEO has been nominated by President William Ruto to be Kenya's new Consul General in Los Angeles, USA. Former Law Society of Kenya Vice President Caroline Kamende Daudi, who lost in last week's LSK presidential race to Faith Odhiambo, has been nominated to serve as Kenya's High Commission to Canada.
Leo asubuhi nimewapatia kina mama 10 kuwa mabalozi wetu katika nchi mbalimbali ya dunia, na vile vile kuwapatia kina mama wengine 6 deputy ambassadors, kama pia heshima ya siku hii ya International Women's Day.
A total of 6 chief administrative secretaries whose appointments were revoked by the court have landed ambassadorial roles. They include former Kisii Deputy Governor Joash Maangi, who has been nominated Kenya's High Commissioner to Uganda. Previously, in the president's failed attempt, Maangi had been appointed CAS in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Former West Mugirango MP Vincent Kemosi has been nominated as Kenya's ambassador to Accra, Ghana. Kemosi had been appointed CAS in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Former Kisumu Senator Fred Outa has been nominated to be Kenya's ambassador to Cairo, Egypt. Previously, Outa was appointed CAS in the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. Former Baringo Speaker David Kiplagat Kerich has been nominated as Kenya's ambassador to Washington, USA. Kerich was initially appointed CAS to the Ministry of Mining, Maritime Affairs and Blue Economy. Other nominees include former Senator Christopher Langat, who has been handed an ambassadorial role in Abidjan, Ivory Coast. Previously, Langat served as a board member of the Commission for University Education. Former Mandela Senator Aden Mohamud Mohamed has been nominated as Kenya's consular to Saudi Arabia. The nominees will undergo parliamentary vetting before formal appointment and posting to their new workstations. According to the press release on presidential nominations and appointments to the Foreign Service, signed by Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service Felix Koskei, the names of nominees have already been submitted to the National Assembly for consideration. Seth Olale.
Quick one, Mr. G. What do you make of those appointments?
You know, Mr. Ruto is a good guy ambaye anapenda kukumbuka watu wake. He's the best person ambaye whatever, anytime opportunity comes out, atakumbuka watu wake ambao alimsaidia, and some of these people anapatia kwa sababu ya lengo fulani. So for him appointing these people, I think it is all about politics, and also is politics ya 2027 pia inachangia kidogo, kwa sababu utapata most of these people ambao appoint ni wale watu ambao wako upande wa stronghold ya baba, and some of them pia ni watu ambao wanatoka kwake. Although he is more of a tribal than any other person, anapenda kuchukua watu wake sana, but look at those people ambao amechagua Western and Nyanza, Kisii, alafu na wale ambao wanatoka kwake wenyewe. So to me, I may not have much talk about that appointments, kwa sababu those are things ambao I know he will do, na atafanya kwa sababu ya one reason ambayo anataka amaangalia mbele on the coming elections, when ataweza kushika mioyo za watu. So sikutaka kuongelea sana kuhusu those appointments ya ambassadors.
All right. The other thing amefanya some changes kwa military. Let's listen in and maybe you'll have something to say about this one.
Changes in the Kenya Defence Forces. Let's take a look at those changes. And Major General Charles Murio Kahariri has been promoted to the Lieutenant General rank and appointed as the Vice Chief of the Defence Forces. Kahariri replaces Lieutenant General John Maina Mwangi, whose term has come to an end after 42 years of service. Major General David Kimayo Tarus has been promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General and appointed as Commander Kenya Army. Others who have been promoted include Major General Jimson Longiro to the rank of Lieutenant General. Longiro has been appointed as the Vice Chancellor, National Defence University, Kenya. Brigadier Thomas Njoroge has been promoted to Major General and appointed as Commander, Kenya Navy. Major General Jumashi Mwenyikai has been promoted to Lieutenant General and appointed as Commandant National Defence College. Major General Mohammed Nur Hassan has been posted to Headquarters Kenya Army and appointed Deputy Army Commander. And in more changes, Brigadier Luka Kipkemoy Kuto has been promoted to Major General and appointed General Officer Commanding Eastern Command. Major General Afhaksad Muthuri Kyungu has been posted to Kenya Military Academy and appointed Commandant. Major General Mason Nkoimo has been posted to Border Security Command and appointed General Officer Commanding. Brigadier Peter Shikuku Chalimo has been posted to Headquarters Kenya Navy and appointed Deputy Navy Commander. Brigadier Yahya Abdi has been posted to National Defence College and appointed Senior Directing Staff, Navy.
Why do you think those changes are necessary?
Okay, I don't want to speculate, but if at all, okay, wacha kwanza niongee kama mwananchi wa Kenya. If at all hao jamaa time yako imefika ya kuretire, obvious changes kwa zinakuwa. Yeah, changes kwa zinakuwa za military wakati those people time yao imefika, they have to leave and other people have to take those posts. Now, on the changes, kulikuwa na allegation, but I don't want to connect it to this. That's why I said I should not speculate. But now, wacha tu niongee kama Mkenya. Kulikuwa na allegation kuwa in the military, in our police team, kuko na division sahi. Kuna watu ambao wako on the side ya Uhuru, na kuna watu side ya Ruto, na kuna watu ambao wako on the side ya mwananchi wa chini and with the side of opposition leader. So kumekuwa na some division in there, and you know how things happen. Hii anaongea kama akili ya Mkenya, siongei kama is the thing ambayo imehappen, because sitaki connect kabisa na what happened. This ni vitu ambavyo nimesikia tu, allegations ambavyo nimesikia, which I don't know if it's true. Kumekuwa na division, a group of people ambao wana support upande wa baba na wananchi wa chini, na kuna a group of people ambao wana support upande wa the president. So in this issue, mambo ya security ya military and police na nini, huwa kuna those things of mambo ya cop inaweza tokea, and people can just stage a cop na waweza kufanya kitu ambao haistahili, kama kutoa president ama kufanya other things ambazo haistahili. So sitaki connect na hiyo, but ukiangalia kama Chad, what happened to Chad, kama nilikuwa naongelea jana kuhusu the opposition leader ambaye aliuliwa, who is the cousin of the president, ambaye ameuliwa. Tunapata baba wa huyo president ndipo akuwe president, they staged a coup na akafanywa kwa president of that country ambayo is the Chad. Babake hapa ambaye alikuja akakufa, baadaye ndio kijana yake achukue, also a coup was managed. Na wakati ilifanyika ndio mtoto wake akakuwa president mpaka saa hii. Juzi 7 days ago ndo akaua cousin yake ambaye ni opposition leader. So things always change. Wakati unapata speculation ama unaweza kusikia allegation kuwa ina military kuna issue fulani, some things zinaweza tokea ambazo si mzuri, obvious kutakuwa na those changes. So siwezi connect na hii kwa sababu those are just allegation ambazo nimesikia, but obvious wakati watu wana retire huwa kuna that change, kwa sababu you have to take over, uweze wacha that seat in the vacuum. You have just put somebody ambaye ataweza qualify pale, but when it comes to other matters, ukiona changes kama hizi, obviously there is something ambayo inafanya mpaka these things happen.
All right, so these changes could have nothing to do with anything or any fears from William Ruto.
Yeah, inaweza kuwa kuna fears ama kunaweza kuwa kuna fears, so we should not speculate on it.
All right,
inaweza happen that two way. Yeah.
All right, now my final question to you, it will be in regards to what Babu Owino said yesterday, and that will be the last question and the last clip for this show. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday Babu Owino had an interview at KTN, and it was interesting what he had to say in as far as Baba's quest to run for AUC is concerned and what it means. All right, so this is what he said, and this will be my final question to my panelist, Mr. G, and equally to you, our viewers. Let's listen into.
Let's not talk about Azimio leader Raila Odinga's AU bid. Of course, you know, we've been seeing the recent dalliance with President William Ruto that has sparked concerns about potential compromises within the opposition. From where you sit as a member of the opposition, do you think the opposition is compromised?
Opposition is not compromised. Everybody has a dream, everybody has a vision. Baba's dream is to be the chairperson of AU. Okay?
I thought the dream was to be the president.
That already has passed.
Okay.
That already has passed. Not unless now we are still focusing on 2027, which still he has that right. He has a democratic right to contest in 2027. But before then, there is the isness. And in life, there is the isness and the oughtness. So you must achieve the isness for you to get the oughtness. So you can dream of the oughtness, but you must get the isness. Now the isness now is AU chairperson, of which this AU chairperson, Ruto is one of the voters. He's going to vote. So Baba is allowed to campaign, and is allowed to campaign and ask for Ruto's vote. There is nothing wrong with that. But there is the institution of the opposition. If at all we were saying that we are now in bed with the government, why would we walk out during the housing levy bill? We walked out, which means that opposition is still doing its work and it's still intact. Okay? So, to me, I don't know, politics you can never say never, but tomorrow, I don't know how I can still stand and say now that I'm now supporting Ruto. It is very difficult for me to do so, okay? Because personally I have my principles. Baba can even work with Ruto how much he wants to work with him. I have no problem with that. It is for the sake of the AU. As Babu Owino, my role is to keep this government in check. And that is what I'm going to do. And nobody will tell me not to do so. I will do it.
Now, as the Azimio leader...
Babu Owino anasema hakuna mtu atamkataza kufanya kilicho moyoni mwake. What is the future of such leaders as we wrap up? The future of young politician, old politician, all these politicians, what is their future moving forward?
You know, Jex, I will stand with Babu Owino, because even me, on my right mindful set, I don't think if I can work with the Ruto, sioni kabisa kama anaweza fanya kazi na Ruto. So for Baba going back and sitting with Ruto kufanya kazi na yeye because of AU, hiyo ni maamuzi yake, because ni ukweli, he has to be supported by he has to be supported by Ruto, and for him to be supported by Ruto hakuna bwana atakuwa against Ruto. So Babu Wina anaongea hivyo kwa sababu anajua baba anaweza anza kuambia watu wake wasiwe hard to Ruto. You see, anaweza anza kuambia watu wake wakae chini waanze kufanya kazi na Ruto, which means itakuwa ni ngumu kwa watu wengine ambao at least wanaelewa who Ruto is and the policies ambao watu wana believe in. So kwa their future, some of them I think itabidi wa channel their own ways out, kwa sababu me what I know and because of what I listen to nani akiongea leo huyu Kalonzo, because Kalonzo ndo anakuwa prepared kuchukua hiyo nini leadership ya Azimio. Baba akitoka sioni kama kuna mtu mwingine anaweza chukua apart from Kalonzo. I see nini kizambaratika vibaya sana, Azimio ikisambaratika vibaya sana, because some people will be forced kwenda kufanya kazi na government so that wasilete baba chini, you see. And baba kwa sahi haizi simama kaanza kutuambia kuwa anapinga Ruto because he needs his vote, na anahitaji Ruto kutembea naye nchi mzima Kenya, yani the whole of Africa akimkampenia. So at the moment tulikuwa nakwambia we are in a trap, tuko in a fixed whereby tunashindwa kwa tutaenda wapi. But exactly when Babu Wina amesema, some of us we cannot work with Ruto. Atabaki president, sawa, hiyo tutakataa. Atafanya kazi na baba, we are supporters wa baba kabisa, the strong supporters wa baba, but we cannot follow him kwenda kukaa chini na kwa meza moja na Ruto tukikunywa chai, itakuwa ngumu. So I think now a time itafika ambao we need to make our own decisions, and because umeulizia kuhusu mambo ya future, naona kuwa kutakuwa na watu ambao wataamua kutoka kwa Azimio, kwa sababu hakuna vile unaweza kana Kalonzo akikwambia now we are supporting this government, we are working with this government, halafu muelewane. If at all bado hata wajaingia wajakubaliana kabisa, anaanza kuhit kwa Azimio people, kwa sababu some of Azimio ndio walikuwa nasema hawataki this NADCO report, na one of the people ambao walikuwa nasema hawataki this NADCO report ni Kioni, ambaye alikuwa ameketi pale naye wakiwa wanapatiana hiyo report kwa president. So if we can hit on those people ambao ni watu wake, wakati kwa sasa wameshikana mkono wanafanya pamoja, itakuwaje? Au utakuwa unasema kitu yote kwa huyo president? So watu kama kina Babu Wina itabidi wajitoe, atafuta another channel ambao watasimama kando. For those people ambao watafanya na Ruto watakuwa kando mrengo fulani, na wale watu ambao wataamua kujaribu kutafuta liberty of our country, to deliver our country from where we are, from this hardship ambayo tumepitia, itabidi wa find another group. Basi unaona kama in Central Kenya kuna hiyo mambo ya Kamwene, even though sijaielewa kabisa Kamwene ina stand for what, but unapata au watu wakisimama hivyo, there's something they're championing for, there's something ambazo hawapendi ambao wameona haifai, so they need that group so that they can champion for it, wanaweza simama na wananchi wa chini. The same way pia in Azimio ita happen hivyo, because for baba working with Ruto, some people will be forced kukubali hiyo njia waende wafanye kazi na Ruto, and now in our even our conscience cannot allow us kukaa na Ruto kufanya naye kazi, itakuwa ni ngumu sana, you see.
All right, our conscience cannot allow us kufanya kazi na Ruto. All right, now I would ask you to give me your closing remarks in like a minute or so. We have like 3 minutes to wrap up the show.
No, I think my last comments ni kuwa, I don't know how we will do it, but I think we need side, tunataka strong men and strong women ambao wanaweza kukutana, they form a party ama coalition ambao inaweza toa hawa wakora, na kuwatoa haitakuwa rahisi because they need to have strategy ambayo itaweza kuwasaidia, na haitakuwa rahisi sana. If this guy was able to take it from a sitting president, we really need people, sharp people who can take him out of that thing. Na hiyo wanafaa jipange mapema sana, si mambo ya kupiga tu kelele. Nilikuwa naona watu wanajipiga kifua wakipiga kelele kuwa tunaweza kutoa huyu mtu na ndiye tuwawezi kumtoa. So my last comment ni kuwa watu wakae chini, wawe sober, wakae chini, watoe emotions kwa kichwa wao, wa focus. If at all they need to deliver this country, wakae chini, wa focus kabisa, na watafute strategy ambayo wataweza kutumia kupata votes ya 2027. But when naangalia with the support of Baba na Ruto, 2027 is a done deal. Itakuwa ngumu sana kupata president ambaye anaweza toa huyu kwa hiyo kiti. So sijui tutafanyaje, but tumejipata in a very fixed area ambao fifth moment ambao we cannot deliver ourselves. Inakuwa ni ngumu sasa, unashindwa tuongea nini.
All right. So you are talking over that party, a third force?
Yeah, I'm talking of a third force because you cannot trust Kalonzo. You can't trust Kalonzo is somebody you cannot trust. Listen to what ameongea leo, ani jana, ambalo ongea jana. That give you an inch ya kuwa that is a hint. Unaona huyu mtu hata Kibaki peke yake obvious sio chama yote imepelekwa kwa UDA. Hakuna opposition hapo.
Fantastic, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, what a nice way to wrap up the show. And equally, thank you so much for being part of this show from the time we began up to now. It has been fantastic. We were having a lot. We have just scratched the surface. Maybe some of the other topics I'll continue with them tomorrow. But where I'm telling you, siasa za Kenya, when you think you are almost umemaliza kila kitu, kuna kuja kitu kingine kipya. Kesho ni weekendi, we anticipate ni weekendi because it's around 2 in the morning. We anticipate bado mambo mengine matamu na mazuri. What will be the reactions from people? What will be your reaction? What is your reaction from all this? Wow, interesting. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of this show. Thank you, Mr. G. Thank you, Brother Benson. Thank you, Alex, who was there earlier on. Thank you, Kenya Rebel, Bwana Msimamo, and many who joined in kwa hii show. Asante tu sana. You guys were just but fantastic. Na maoni yenyu kama kawa ni yenyu. Ni yenyu, lakini yanasaidia kukuza hii show na kufanya wengine kujienjoy na kuwa na time poa kwa hii show. All right, sisi kama Kenya News Link, all we do is to give you an opportunity and a platform to speak and air out your view. All right, we have no affiliation to any party or to any leader. We only ascribe to you mwananchi. Hapa tunakuacha wewe uwe na usemi wako binafsi. All right, thank you very, very much. Thank you for being part of this great conversation. Thank you so much, Bwana G. All right, see you kesho. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are glad that you made time for us here at Kenya News Link. Make sure you subscribe. Kimbia hapo kwa YouTube, subscribe. Hii ndio channel pekee ambayo imeweza kupiga hatua za mbio mbio. So kimbia hapo kwa YouTube na usubscribe. Channel number 1, channel ya kwanza. This is the first channel to do what we are doing, and I'm telling you, you will notice once subscribe. Thank you so much for being part of this great growing family of Kenya News Link. Tuko na WhatsApp group, tuko na TikTok family, tuko na Twitter family, tuko na LinkedIn family. I'm telling you, na wote wanafanya ile kitu. Very soon tutawacombine nyinyi wote na mfanye show moja fiti na murwa kabisa. I'll be sharing with you very soon all those links to join all those platforms. Lakini kwa sasa, kwa sababu tuko YouTube, hakikisha umekimbia YouTube na umesubscribe to Kenya News Link. Subscribe to Kenya News Link. Very soon you'll see very interesting and fantastic things happening here at Kenya News Link. This is your show, this is your host, and of course this is your home of such content. Kenya News Link is your place. Hapa ndipo, hapo umekaribishwa. Subscribe, ni sawa umesubscribe kwa Mtembei, tunashukuru sana, lakini equally subscribe to Kenya News Link, umesubscribe to NAXFAB, lakini pia subscribe to Kenya News Link. Umesubscribe for Kenya News, lakini pia subscribe to Kenya News Link. Umesubscribe uko kwote ndio, lakini mwadau fanya vipi? Subscribe to Kenya News Link. Ingia tu hapo YouTube. It is very easy to get that channel. Una type tu hivyo vile unavyoiona Kenya News Link, alafu unakuta umejipata kwa hiyo channel. Channel ina vitu kali, ina shorts kibao, ina videos ambazo ni nzuri, ina stories zaidi ya politics, ina vitu nzuri. Pale ndani unakuta Debbie anazo vitu kali anafanya hapo kwa Kenya News Link. So mfuate hapo ndani, she gives you very nice nutritional and health documentaries hapo. She gives you exposés that are happening. Stories za nyako ukizitaka huko ndani zitaanza kupatikana. Stories za Willy Paul ukizitaka huko ndani utaanza kuzipata. Stories za Eve Mongai ukizitaka huko ndani utaanza kuzipata. So what do you do? Unangoja nini? Ingia hapo Kenya News Link, hapa uhondo wote utakuwa unaipata mbashara moja kwa moja. Ukiingia tu Kenya News Link, there you get it free, you get to enjoy all the content. Wadau siniwaache sasa. Let's meet tomorrow morning. No, tomorrow evening. Tomorrow morning ni weekend. So weekend kuna venye. So let's meet tomorrow, same time, same place here at Kenya News Link, and we will definitely have a good one. Just like we had this one, we will definitely have another one just like this. It's been 4. I've been your host. This has been your show, and of course, your channel, Kenya News Link. Bye bye. Kesho.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kweli twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele. Tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye